Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look in favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we don't have any message from the presidency, neither do we have any communication from the speaker. So we will turn to item 4. Item 4 in today's order paper, that is correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will begin with votes and proceedings. And we will start from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, if I may take you to page 8. I realize that item 11, Honorable Jogate, number 11, I should say, Honorable Jogate, 13, Honorable John Kuma, and 19, Honorable Matthew Poku Prempe. So I personally signed their leave of absence, and I can confirm that they are on official duties, and they have a leave of absence which is in existence. So I'm surprised they marked absent. So the table office could take that into consideration and resolve it as such. Honorable Jogate, Honorable John Kuma, and the Honorable Matthew Poku Prempe.
Well, I'm not doubting you, but I don't know. Whip. I don't know. So, table office, please check your records and reconcile. Table, I'm saying check your records and let's reconcile. So we move to page 10. Page number 11. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, on page number 11, the last sentence, Honorable First Deputy Speaker thanked the Honorable Deputy Minister for attending upon the House to respond to the questions. D was omitted. Thank you.
Yes. Table, omission of death. So take note of that correction. We turn to page 12. Page 13.
Yes.
Who?
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Kuma Kintamponok, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 13 and page 12. Page 12, we have for 12, item 9, the last sentence. We have financial year ended 31st December 2020. I'm carrying from there to page 13. For consistency's sake, when you read number 11, that's the motion under motion, page 13, item 11, we have period ended. So which one do we adopt? Is it financial year ended we want to have for consistency's sake or period ended? That's why I just want to ask for your guidance, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
So you are making reference page 9, item 9.
12 and 13. That's page 12 and 13. But page 9, item 9. Page 12, item 9. Page 12, item 9. Let me read the whole to Mr. Speaker. The motion that the Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of District Assemblies for the financial year ended 31st December 2020. Now, if we come to page 13, item 11, same emotion, that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, down into bracket, technical universities and polytechnics, bracket close, for the period ended 31st December. And if you check the other one, even is capitalized. This ended is small letters. I just want to know for consistency's sake, just to guide the table office to see which one they want us to use. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Beji, you move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is right if you want to have consistency, but you can use period, you can use year. It doesn't matter. It will not change anything. For a period ended this date, for the year ended this date. But if you want consistency, we can change all to year.
Very well. So table, Honorable Member issue is the inconsistency of period ending on financial year. So if you can reconcile it yourself. So let's move to page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. 18, page 19, page 20, page number 21. Yes, Honorable Member for Northtown.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at page 21, item number 1, I just want the table office to cross-check the Asene Manso across the District Assembly. I noticed that on the District Assembly's website, this is not how they present it. There are no strokes. But they should just cross-check what the LI says, what this House approved. The Asene Manso across, because I see that it's just stated without any.
Very well.
Yeah, so they should just check.
Very well, table. Check and let's do the writing. 23, page 24, and finally page 25. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, the 2nd August 2023 is hereby adopted. Honorable members, I have the official report of Wednesday, the 19th July 2023. Wednesday, 19th July 2023. Honorable members, I take it again. Official report of Wednesday, 19th July 2023. Yes, Honorable Member for Northtown.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. At column 22, the third paragraph. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very happy to share the detailed documentary with your.
You say column 22?
Yes, please, the third paragraph. I'm just reading. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very happy to share the detailed documentary with your good self and members of the House to have a better understanding of the exploits. It should be exploitation, the exploitation of some international organizations in Ghana, not exploits. When you read further, you notice that the whole statement is about the exploitation, the abuse that the international NGOs are engaged in, misrepresenting Ghana and making money out of it. When you make it exploit, it becomes something positive. But he meant it in the negative.
Okay.
Yeah, so it should be exploitation.
Okay, that's right.
I'm grateful.
So, table, column 22, third paragraph, line 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line. Take note and do the appropriate correction. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Wednesday, the 19th July 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. We move to item 5. We have one agent question, and the question is in the name of a member for Akemodan, Honorable Alexander Kosiakwa. Is he here? Very well. So I will invite Honorable Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs to take his rightful seat. Yes, Honorable, the Minister is available to answer your question. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs how much has accrued
to the Kotoku Traditional Council in royalties from Newmont's operations in the New Abrim area.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minerals and Mining Act 2006 at 703, Section 25, as amended, requires mining companies to pay mineral royalties at a rate as may be prescribed by the Republic of Ghana. The Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978, established the Minerals Income Investment Fund (MIF) with the mandate to receive mineral royalties income accruing to the Republic from mining companies. Mr. Speaker, from the foregoing statement I've made, Newmont only remits mineral royalties payments to MIF, and MIF receives same on behalf of the Republic of Ghana. Consequently, no mineral royalties payments have been made by the Newmont to Achim Kotoku Traditional Council to date, and does not have an account through which it pays royalties to the council. In the chieftaincy matter of Achim Kotoku area, there are issues there, and due to the dispute, the chief by name Osadiayo from Manso V could not be registered as the substantive chief and president of the Traditional Council for a long time. Also, an injunction was placed on the Achim Kotoku Traditional Council against meeting to elect an acting president of the council. Consequently, the administrator of the two lands withheld access to the council's account. Mr. Speaker, based on a petition by the Intro Nahine and Abiase Nahine, both of the Achim Kotoku traditional area, the Attorney General advised the Office of the Administrator of Stew Lands to invest the Achim Kotoku Traditional Council share of royalties until further notice. Mr. Speaker, the principal investment made by the Newmont and put in the account is about 5 million Ghana cedi, and this represents amount of money invested as advised by the Attorney General. The accrued interest on this sum represents, which is about 1,226,411 cedis, 13 pesos, represents interest accrued and from the investment of the principal amount which I mentioned earlier, which is 5 million. So the accrued amount total is 6,226,411 cedis, 13 pesos, representing the sum of the principal and the interest earned. Mr. Speaker, there is a ledger balance which is not included in this as at 21st July 2023. And the balance is 1,480,261 cedis, 49 pesos. This represents revenue accumulated to the Achim Kotoku Traditional Council, but not yet invested. Mr. Speaker, that is my answer to the urgent question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Member, I think he has given you what you need.
Yes.
Do you have any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have two supplementary questions.
I will allow you.
Can the minister let us know how much is paid in a year since the mines have been operating for the past 11 years in the Kotoku enclave?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me just say that this was an urgent question that I received late last night. And this is the total sum given to me. But in details of year by year, what goes in, I don't have it yet. Mr. Speaker, I have requested that these details are submitted to me as quickly as possible, and as soon as it's available, I will duly report to the House and give the answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me take your last supplementary question.
Mr. Minister, is there any effort or the possibility of facilitating the release of these funds to Nanadum to support developmental efforts in the Kotoku enclave?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am fully aware of what's going on in Achim Kotoku traditional area. The latest information, Mr. Speaker, is that the chief whose gazetting was pending looks like it's been gazetted as I stand here now. But Mr. Speaker, there are other legal tussle going on, and for peace of the area, we have advised that the council should not double in these amounts of invested amount. It should wait for a while until we are clear that this will not cause any problem. Because the fear is, Mr. Speaker, is that the youth of the area thinks that the money might be misused if we don't get the legality all cleared up. And so as a minister, Mr. Speaker, my job is to make sure we wait a little while, but there's some speed that I'm putting in this job. So we can utilize the money for the development of the area and get the youth properly engaged on the utilization of the money. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable, you are from Northtown. What have you got to do with Akimoda? Yeah.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a very important national issue, and there are signs of this all over the country. So my question to the Honorable Minister, he's done well in giving us the amounts that have accrued and the investment and the interest on the investment. But the minister doesn't tell us when the investment was made, the specific year. So we will know whether it was a good investment and if we are getting value for money, you know, because it's our resource. And these people are mining, making huge profits. So I don't know if your technical staff told you when this investment was made, and this interest that you say has accrued to 1.2 million, the period. So we know whether it was a good investment, you know, if we are getting value for money or not. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I can appreciate the concern of my colleague. However, if my colleague will revert his mind to Order 69 and speak in context to the thrust of the question. The question was to find out how much has accrued to the Kotoku Traditional Council. And therefore, if our colleague is going into specific in terms of timing, that is different, and he must as well file a substantive question. By our orders.
Well, honorable leader, I am always trying to protect the ministers, but at times the minister is minded. If he has information, fine, we wouldn't prevent him. So, minister, if you have the information, you can give it out. But if you don't, I don't think we can force you to. No, I'm saying this because we don't want a minister to turn out any figures in the chamber which appears to be on record, which he has not prepared for it. So that's why I'm just guiding him. If he's prepared with, we are prepared to receive it. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me against my colleague, my younger brother, who wants to explore more. But as the majority chief whip just said, these are technical information that I would need to go into. Because it was an urgent question which was received yesterday, and relating to how much has accrued, I concentrated on that. As to the time of the deposit and what's coming in, I would want to defer that to when I get the full information, and I'll be ready to come here. It's all over the country. There's a lot, as you rightly said, in royalties, and which, from my point, you should get to the bottom of it, so we can all be in an open and know what is being utilized in the community for the benefit of the youth of the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the information yet, but as I said, when I get it, I'll be willing to come to the floor and answer that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you for attending upon the House to answer an urgent question from a member. Honorable Minister, you are hereby discharged. Honorable members, before we move to the normal questions, I want to acknowledge the following schools, our children who have decided to come here to monitor what we do in the chamber. So the first school is Dex Educational Institute. Dex Educational Institute. They are being led by Felix Davison, who is a head teacher, and the school is situated in Tema Central Constituency. Where is the MP? I saw him here. Where is he? Well, your MP was here, he just left. So you are welcome. You may resume your seat. The second school, is it coincidental that today Akim Oda, Member of Parliament, is asking questions and your schools are here?
Just because my urgent question was billed for yesterday and it was pushed to today, so.
Anyway, the second school is Atafua Senior High Technical School. It's been well, the school is being led by Upper Williams, the head teacher, and they are from Akim Oda constituency. Your Member of Parliament is sitting here. You may resume your seat. The third school is Oda Presby Boys JHS. It's being led by Samuel Apietu, who is a teacher, and the school is situated in Akim Oda. So your MP is here. You may resume your seat. And the last school is Oda Presby Girls JHS. Oh, you are the same. Very well. The head teacher is Happy Anyana, who is leading the students and is also situated in Akim Oda. So you are all welcome. Very well. So we are moving to normal questions.
Speaker, the agreement is that answers to the normal questions should be published, and that's the understanding we have. Normal questions that stand in the name of the Minister for Roads. So, Speaker, we'll proceed at the commencement of public business and take item 11. Item 11. And Speaker, I'll further seek your leave for it to be done by the Vice Chair to the committee.
Honorable members, let me invite you to page 11. Page 11. Item listed 11. Page 11, item listed 11. Motion by the chairman of Finance Committee. So the vice chairman will do as the honors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the Committee of Finance, the report of the Committee of Finance on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, for an amount of $52,500,000 United States dollars, and which is made up of a blended loan amount of $35,175,000 US dollars and highly concessional loan of $17,325,000 to finance the promoting rural opportunities, sustainable profits, and environmental resilience Prosper project. Mr. Speaker, I will entreat the Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read whilst I present the salient points in the report. Mr. Speaker, the project objectives are stated under paragraph 4, and that the overarching goal of the project is to strengthen the integration, climate resilience, and environmental sustainability of smallholder farmers and businesses in priority value chains in the northern and middle ecological belts, taking advantage of the increased demand created by the National Agro-Processing Strategy. Mr. Speaker, the justification of the project is under paragraph 5, and I'll proceed to take the House through the terms and conditions of the facility, Mr. Speaker. The loan amount is $52 million, $500,000, and it's for a period of with a repayment period of 20 years, grace period of 5 years, a service charge of 1.48% per annum, interest charge of 1.36% per annum. The grant element is 24.14%, and the maturity period is 50 years, and an all-in cost of 2.84%. The highly concessional loan, Mr. Speaker, is $17,325,000 United States dollars, 30 years repayment period, 10 years grace period, 1.48% per annum for the service charge, interest charge of 0%, grant element of 50.24%, maturity 25 years, and an all-in cost charge of 1.48%. The Speaker, the project description will interest the House that the primary aim of the Prosper project is to improve agricultural growth in Ghana. The lead project implementation agreement will be the lead project implementation agency will be the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, with close collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that this project will go a long way to improve upon agricultural financing, and the terms and conditions of the facility are highly concessional and recommend to the House for its approval. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Richard Champong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful that you've called me today. So, Mr. Speaker, I write to second the motion and then make a brief remarks on the facility. Mr. Speaker, this is a World Bank facility, and then at the committee level, we were told that the entire project will cost 147.2 million, out of which they are seeking the 42.5 million to kickstart the project. So I know by all means we'll come back to the House so that we'll look at the other financing sources and how to approve the entire facility. So since World Bank knows the situation that we find ourselves in, and they are so trying to give us this facility, I know they understand our condition and they'll try everything possible to help Ghana on the right track so that we can also achieve our set goals. With this few observations, I thank you for the opportunity to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is before the House for consideration. Let me give the opportunity to. Yes, Honourable Member for Dome-Kwadenya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the report of the Finance Committee for the motion that has been moved, motion 11. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to page 8 of the report. And in adding my voice, I want to urge the entire House to adopt the motion that has been moved. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 8, item 8.3, it talks about consultancy and training. And Mr. Speaker, an amount of 7.860 United States dollars has been allocated for consultancy under this project. Mr. Speaker, from the committee's report, the officials indicated to them that this represented 14.97% of the financing amount. Mr. Speaker, I think for training under this project, it is important that we highlight the amount that is involved so that moving forward, Mr. Speaker, more can be put to the project itself. I acknowledge that indeed training and consultancy for the project is very much important, but 14.97% of the total amount going for training and consultancy, I think, Mr. Speaker, is a bit on the high side. So as indicated in the report, the committee indicated this to the Ministry of Finance and was taking note of. Mr. Speaker, again, under the achievements of this project, item 8.2 on page 8, it indicates that the officials of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture also explained that 5.2.5 million is sufficient for the entire project to be able to carry out the entire project. And so, for me, Mr. Speaker, I think that the entire House should adopt this motion and the report of the Finance Committee, but with the observation that moving forward, such huge amounts shouldn't go into consultancy and training, but rather to the project itself, so that the people of Ghana can indeed benefit from that project. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, let me come to Honourable Member for Temale South.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I speak, I don't know whether to say in support of the motion or in opposition to it. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that this Parliament is still considering loan agreements and approving loan agreements. This Parliament must be minded that where Ghana has reached, the Parliament must take a bold and courageous decision to stop the Minister for Finance from further borrowing, any borrowing, until Ghana is able to achieve debt sustainability. As we speak, the Minister for Finance has succeeded in turning a corner in his own words only with a domestic debt exchange program. The external debt exchange program, there is no finality or agreement with it. As we speak, commercial lenders to the country, bondholders, China, the Paris Club, are still struggling with what to do with Ghana's debt. And yet the Parliament of Ghana, because of the concessionality of the loan, I share my view strongly that this Parliament must even set a tone for a debt limit and debt ceiling for Ghana, which must be a rule of thumb for all governments. At no point in our country's history, Mr. Speaker, going forward, should we allow any government to borrow beyond 70% of GDP? Where we are today, the new words you are hearing, scam, PDD, debt exchange, domestic exchange, haircut. Did we hear all that since 1993? It is because we haven't managed this borrowing well. But Mr. Speaker, specific to this report, let me now support the Honorable Adwa Safo, and I share her strong view. Mr. Speaker, page 8, paragraph 8.3, it reads, and I quote, the committee noted that a total amount of $7,860,000, representing 14.97% of the financing amount, is dedicated to training and consultancy. ABBA, consultancy. You want to spend $7 million. They are not even telling us how much of it goes to consultancy, how much to training. And you want us to support this. If you give $7 million to any farmer, they will increase yield and increase production. Our farmers don't need any training to farm. They know how to farm. What they need is the credit and the input to be able to work with. Then, Mr. Speaker, page 7. Let me refer you to the committee's report, page 7, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph 8.1. It reads, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that the total cost of the entire project is estimated at 147 million, and yet you want to start it with 52 million because there is an assurance that there is a trigger of 22 million. What if it doesn't come? So we should do things well. If you need 147 million, you haven't even gotten half of it. You want to go and start. Then when you are stranded along the line because you haven't caused the triggers to get the additional funding, what happens? So, Mr. Speaker, read paragraph 8.1 well. You yourself, you have indicated by your committee that 147 million is needed for this project. You don't have 147. You have 52 million. Yet you want to go ahead. Why not conclude all the negotiations and get the money you want? Then, Vice Chairman of the committee, Mr. Speaker, may I refer you finally to my comment, page 5. And you, Honorable Vice Chairman, yourself a respected lawyer, I need a constitution. Article 181 is what obliges Parliament to approve loan agreements. 181. Mr. Speaker, if you read 181. So, Honorable Vice Chairman, your table, what are you asking this House to do? And Mr. Speaker, for the record, I want to quote 181 into the record to guide us tomorrow. Article 181 provides that Parliament may, by resolution, supported by the votes of a majority of all the members of Parliament, authorize the government to enter into an agreement for the granting of a loan. So this is the loan. The agreement entered into this article shall be laid before Parliament. That has been done. No loan shall be raised. That has been done. But Mr. Speaker, in particular about 1814, an act of Parliament enacted in accordance with clause 3 of this article shall provide, the emphasis mine, that the terms and conditions of the loan. Terms and conditions of the loan. How much are you borrowing? Because in this table, I see concessionary loan, 17.3 million. Then I see blended loan facility, 35 million. So that, where is the total in your table? Where is the total in your table? No, I say, where is the total in your table? When we are reading the report, Chairman, I say, when we are reading your report, guide us well. I see 35 million, I see 17 million. I'll do my own arithmetic to arrive at it. But this table must have provided the detail that we are approving 52 million, which 52 million is divided into 35 and 17 million. Whether it's blended loan or it's concessionary loan, we are approving a loan agreement within the meaning of Article 181. So I would have thought that, Chairman, you restructure your table. Paragraph 6. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, let me explain. I'm done. So me, reluctantly, it can be approved because it's concessionary. But provide more detail in your committee's report. Don't just say blended loan 35 million, concessionary loan 17 million, and expect members to do their own addition. 35 plus 17 million to get 52. Let it reflect in your table. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before my colleagues come in,
Honorable, I haven't called you.
I thought
He cannot call you. So I will now come to leadership.
Speaker, the issues are quite a lot, and if you can allow two more, so we can speak to the matters. So, Speaker, there are so many issues I have also seen. The chief whip also want to speak on the matter. So, Speaker,
okay,
if you can give
well. No, you want to speak?
The leader just made an application. As we are conventionally, when these things are done, you refer to us.
Okay.
We had agreed as leadership that we want to finish earlier. Emphasis earlier today. And we have quite a number of business to prosecute. So is the leader bearing that in mind? Because the issues for me extensively have been spoken to, and I thought that at this stage leadership will conclude, and Speaker will do the needful. So I am not, Speaker, I'm not in agreement with the application from my respected leader. What I rather wish we do is that one more on each side, that is, leadership concludes, and then we move ahead. That should be the case. Yes, I mean, no, just leadership at this time, at this stage. I beg you, and so that we can deal with all these outstandings we want to. We have always, Speaker, we have often lamented that the day of rising, we spend too much in the house, and members have also complained that they are exhausted. So, Speaker, let leadership conclude on specific to this matter, and then we can proceed. Yes. So I see my whip wants to speak, and then I'll conclude and we move forward.
Well. Let him go back. Let him go to Boliban Boy. Fine. Then I'll take one here. Then I come to leadership.
After him, you can conclude. Don't worry.
So I'm giving one. Then I come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, mine is just a very short point. I've listened to earlier contributors, and they've all stated the issue of 14.9% of the total sum of money going into consultancy. Clearly, the committee was not comfortable with that arrangement. And all they said in the report is that local consultants should be considered. That for me is not enough. We should not be approving this money and these huge sums of money going into consultancy. So I think that the committee should have a second look at this. If not, I do not think that we should be approving this loan. It's a good loan, all right, but for these huge sums of money to be going into consultancy, I do not think that it makes it a good loan again. And so I call on my colleagues not to accept this. If this 14.9% is going into consultancy, then I have a problem with it, and I want to encourage you that at this time we should not be approving loans where huge chance of part of it
is going into consultancy. So I call on you to reject this. And so when the question is put, I expect you to go against it. Unless, of course, something is done about this amount of money going into consultancy. Thank you.
Then let me come to leadership. Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the motion for us to approve the $52 million loan. Mr. Speaker, what I found here worrying, is the fact that none of this loan is not going to support farmers. It's largely going to be used for the purposes of capacity building, consultancy, and training. $52 million. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that in the IMF program that Ghana signed on to recently, there is a limit to non-concessional loans, that is commercial loans, that Ghana cannot borrow more than 60 million per annum. Mr. Speaker, but this is outside that premise. This is a concessional loan, so there is no limit to concessional loan. And the fact that this is also a multilateral loan, which is not restructurable, so clearly, government of Ghana can engage a loan that is multilateral and concessional. Speaker, I recognize that. Mr. Speaker, in as much as the loan is non-concessional, this loan will be repaid. This loan will be repaid in due course. So we should be mindful of where the money is going. Mr. Speaker, what we call the use of proceeds. Mr. Speaker, I do not believe that the proceeds of $52.5 million is going to areas of productivity. Mr. Speaker, I have concern with this loan. I humbly urge my colleague to stand it down. To stand this loan down, Mr. Speaker, because clearly the ordinary farmer will not be benefiting from this loan. This loan is largely to build capacity of groups and consultancy on agriculture and agriculture value chain. I do not see that we should approve this loan. Mr. Speaker, I say this because in as much as the loan is concessional, that we are paying 0% interest. Yes, we are paying 0% interest. But the principal will be repaid in some day. And so someone should not be sitting somewhere and then be coming into our country and be making money from it. Mr. Speaker, the consultancy levels are too much. Let the chairman of the finance committee, I don't see him here, but I see his deputy here. Let them reconcile the information that I'm seeing here. Because, Speaker, the loan is very highly concessional. It's a good loan. It's a good loan. But the use of proceeds, Mr. Speaker, is bad. It's bad. There's no doubt about it that the loan is of the terms and conditions is good. It is extremely good. It's something we should approve. But the use of proceeds, where the money is going to, Mr. Speaker, that is why I have my concern. I think we should be interested in what the money will be used for and be able to ensure that it's going to areas that will bring economic growth and proper productivity. Mr. Speaker, I can't vouch for that, and I recommend that we stand this loan down for further scrutiny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority Chief.
Speaker, let me start off by commending the minority leader who has acknowledged that this is a good loan, and in fact it is concessionary. And that for me is a significant comment from him, also with his background and experience coming in way. So we are in these global times of mitigation and adaptation, which has become the narrative of the world. For anybody to say this loan is not important, I will completely be at sea. So recently, the UN is talking about loss and damage as one of the critical narratives if we are talking in context about sustainable development, agriculture productivity increase, and then also to protect the environment. Loss and damage, at the last call, which was fortunately held on our soil in Egypt, these were the discussions that were held. Speaker, so I want to plead with our colleagues, if it is about the usage, and as I heard my respected leader mention that his concern really is about the usage. Come with me to page 7. Page 5 actually, of the committee's report. Page 5, and that is 7.0, the last paragraph. It says the intervention will cover 5 regions in the north. And it goes ahead to name them. The northern region, the savannah, the upper east, the upper west, northeast, and 3 neighboring regions in the middle belt, the Bono East, the Bono, and Oti. So arguably, these are areas that grinding poverty. So there are areas that we have significant population of our farmers living at. So there should be no debate about it. Because again, on same page, I think paragraph, the second paragraph, and it says the project steering committee will provide overall oversight of the implementation. A project coordinating unit will be responsible for the coordination of the project activities and for fiduciary, climate change, and environmental and social safeguards. So these are critical narratives when these matters are being looked at in context. Again, so if you come with me to page 4, as the respected Haruna Idrisu spoke to, the terms and conditions of the facility are spelled out clearly, and the report captures them. It's there, so there should be no question mark about it. Justification for the project. It goes ahead to say that the proposed intervention under Prosper is consistent with existing key development strategies, especially in the agricultural sector, the planting for food and jobs and the likes. Again, it is also consistent with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and Ghana's medium-term national development policy framework. Abba. So what is really the problem with this facility? Speaker, I want to plead with our colleagues. Apart from this, there is a wonderful collaboration as captured by the report that in the implementation process, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the local government ministry, and the Ministry of Finance will work in sync to ensure that we have a good implementation of this facility. So I want to plead with our colleagues. Let's not raise the temperature excessively this morning. This is a good facility. Our farmers need it. The country needs it. And I can assure you that the committee has done a good work, as I can see from the Honorable Adongo, who is very excited about the report. The committee has done a good job. Let's find a way to support this facility for the sake of our country and also for the sake of our farmers, so that eventually they can buy into the benefit of this facility for the growth of our country. Already we are lamenting about food security and concerns about food security. So let's look at this matter well. I know you are all patriotic. I know we are all patriotic, but let's look at the benefit that will accrue to our farmers. The honorable member for Bole Bambo, your farmers need it. Your farmers need it. Support it, and let's get this thing passed. I urge and encourage my colleagues to support the adoption of this report. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just to bring to the attention of the member for Tamale South, that in moving the motion, I refer to paragraph 6, which gave a summary of the total loan amount as 52,500,000. Before I went on to break down the concessionary one facility and its terms, and also the blended facility on page 5. Secondly, the intervention for this facility is meant for the three northern regions: Savannah, Upper East, Upper West, Northeast, and Oti. And Mr. Speaker, your committee was mindful of the consultancy issues being raised here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have even captured it in our report. We were very serious about it, to the extent that we had to step down the meeting for them to come back properly to explain to us what this consultancy and training was about. Mr. Speaker, that is why under paragraph 8.3, we've gone ahead to list the items that comes under consultancy and training. And if members should take the main load agreement, they will know and they'll find the line items that comes under consultancy and training, which we've summarized in the report. Your report will not capture every detail in the loan agreement. This is just a summary. So, and on the 52 million being the startup as part of the 147, the condition is that you have to start with this sum before they will come and make an assessment and give you another facility to continue. So the onus is on the Republic of Ghana to ensure that we do the proper thing and ensure that the 5 northern regions stand to benefit from this facility so that we can make a further application. I thank you very much. So if Honorable Member for Bolo is not interested, so be it.
But Achampa, we've already spoken. You seconded the motion, isn't it?
It is, Mr.
So
Speaker.
so I'm not giving you the floor
Mr.
again.
Speaker, before we take a final decision, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with the report. So I just,
Honorable Champon, I haven't called you. Yes, Rankin, you weren't here, so I'll give you 3 minutes to comment on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know that anything that goes to agriculture is dear to everybody, and we definitely will support a loan that will enhance agriculture. But we have issues because this loan, as it is and currently structured, does not give us the comfort that the project can be implemented. We are approving $52 million. But the project itself, the total cost is $147 million. And we ask very basic question. If we approve this 52 million, can you tell us how you are going to finance the gap, which is almost about 90 billion? And before you realize, you will be back here asking for additional loan to make up for the difference. So go and do the analysis to come and show us how you will close the financing on this project, because the 52 doesn't even constitute 50% of the project cost. So until we have that information to be satisfied that the project will be fully financed and that all other sources of financing are secured, we cannot approve a loan that will not deliver the full benefit to our people. So they should go and come back and tell us how they are financing the 147 million contract. In the absence of that, we cannot. It's also a problem.
So, Honorable Member, do I put the question?
Speaker, we are related appropriately, and so we'll go ahead and put the question.
I should put the question?
Yes, there are other engagements we are going to have. We'll have those engagements. For now, Speaker, please put the question.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is...
Mr. Speaker, we were conferring. The understanding is that we have done the debate, but let's defer putting the question for now. I mean, I know the information was, not straightforward, but let's defer putting the question so that we can resolve the other issues before we move on, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, we don't have a problem with that. We agree to disagree. So, Speaker, we will defer the question being put and then engage further on that.
Very well. Honorable members, please give me your attention. So, leadership.
Speaker, having resolved that matter, we shall now proceed to page 16. Page 16 and take item 15. And Speaker, I will further seek your leave for it to be done by the Vice Chair to the committee.
Did I hear item 16?
Speaker, 1.5 on page 16.
1.5.
On page 16.
Honorable members, yeah, I haven't called you. Honorable members, let me invite you to page 16. Page 16. Item listed 15. Motion. Since the chairman is not here, I will invite the vice chairman to move the motion. Now you can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the concessionary financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association for an amount of $150 million United States dollars for the West Africa Coastal Areas Resilience Investment Project 2. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read in its entirety, whilst I present some salient points. Mr. Speaker, the background to this loan agreement is captured on paragraph 3. The justification for the project is on paragraph 4. The terms and conditions of the facility, which I'll dwell on, Mr. Speaker, are captured on paragraph 5. The Waka project is to be financed by an IDA credit facility of $150 million USD and a $5 million grant from Pro Blue Trust Fund. The credit will be provided on IDA blend terms as follows. Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions of the IDA facility are listed in Table 1. The loan agreement of $150 million, the repayment period of 25 years, grace period of 5 years, maximum commitment charge of 0.5%, service charge of 1.32%, and interest charge of 1.38%. The Speaker, the project description is in paragraph 6, and the components of the projects are strengthening of regional integration, which has a component of $16 million, strengthening of policy and institutional framework, 9.1 million IDA, and 2.0 from the Pro Blue grant. Component C is on strengthening national fiscal and social investment, that's 133.90, and IDA of 3.0 million Pro Blue facility, Mr. Speaker. The benefits of the project, Mr. Speaker, to members are captured under paragraph 7.1, and consultancy charges also on 7.3, Mr. Speaker. This is a consensus report of the committee, and I urge the House to adopt the report of your committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Ranking.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we have been ambushed on this particular loan because the committee did not reach a conclusion on this loan. So I'm surprised that this has been laid and moved. I'm surprised because we raised a number of issues, and they said they will come back to us. only to realize that the report has been laid and moved. So I'm unable to even second it. Mr. Speaker, this must go back to the committee for us to conclude on the matters that we raised before we come back.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I can confirm, as a diligent, hard-working, committed member of the committee, that indeed we did discuss this very agreement and we did not come to a conclusion on the decision. And so I would appeal to Chairman. Chairman, just withdraw. Let's reconvene quickly. Have a tete-a-tete. At conclave. And then we can report back to plenary. Because there's no need dragging this. I'm sure that in 10-15 minutes, we can reconcile whatever differences we have, and then we can reconvene to look at it. This is my suggestion. Thank you.
Very well. So, Honorable Leader, let's second it and we step it down.
Now, we agree wants to second it, and then we temporarily step it down, and as my colleague said, do the necessary engagement and press things up and reverse. That should be it. So we can proceed. We can proceed and take item 8 and lay some papers before we temporarily suspend. So we can take item 8A.
Well, hold on. Honorable, I thought you second, then we hold on from there.
I've seconded it.
You have seconded?
Yes.
Very well. Okay.
Item 8A, and with your leave, for it to be done by your Minister for Roads and Highways. Is that?
Oh, okay. Very well. Very well.
Speaker, may I seek your guidance on this matter? I heard the Honorable Adongo raising preliminary issue in respect of the motion, but the majority whip caught your eye and said that he was seconding the motion. So just for your guidance, are we really standing it down, or we are proceeding with the motion as moved?
You stand it down. Honorable member, we are standing it down.
Speaker, I'm guided. Thank you.
When they get everything.
So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to be sure that we have not commenced debate on the subject matter.
So, honorable members, we will move to item 8, page 4. Item 8, page 4. Presentation of papers, and Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways will do us the honors to present the papers on behalf of your colleague ministers who are not here. So you will start with 8A.
Bilateral agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, and the Kingdom of Sweden, represented by the Swedish Energy Agency, for engagement in cooperative approaches involving internationally transferred mitigation outcomes under the Paris Climate Change Agreement.
Honorable members, the agreement has been duly presented It is referred to the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology for consideration and report. We are doing only that one.
Speaker, no, we will take 8B by, again with your leave, by same minister. 8B.
Yes, 8B, Honorable Minister.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Institute of Languages for the year 2020.
Table, you have to speak up, eh? Speak up to the hearing of members.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Institute of Languages for the year 2020.
Honourable members, this statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report. Yes.
Okay. Speaker, 8C. 8C.
Yes, AC. What? Honourable Minister. I'm sorry. Leader.
Report of the representatives from the Parliament of Ghana to the Pan-African Parliament on the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held from 15th May to 2nd June 2023 in Mildred, South Africa.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honourable members. We move to D. The chairman is not around. We will step down this. You step down the D. So we move to E.
I'm told the D has been laid already.
Which one?
The D, the 8D.
D.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't.
Well, that's the communication I had from the chair.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. But for now, my indication is we have to step that one down.
Speaker, may I seek your leave? The Deputy Whip is a member of the Energy Committee to do the laying for and on behalf of the chair of the committee.
Doing what? No, the D, we are not doing it. The chairman is even here.
I just asked you now, you said it's been late.
Speaker, shall we then take item 7?
What about E?
Speaker, E is not ready.
E is not ready.
Yes.
Very well.
Item 7.
Statement. Is Honorable Jifa around? Honorable members, we have a statement on the need to eradicate stigma against menopause. The need to eradicate stigma against menopause. And the statement was put up by Honorable Jifa Gomeshi, Member of Parliament for Ketu South. So, Honorable, you have the floor now. You may read your statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am humbled by the opportunity to present the statement on the phenomenon called menopause and the need to eradicate stigma associated with it. Mr. Speaker, menopause is explained by the Center for Integrated Healthcare as a natural biological process in a woman's life when she has reached the permanent end of menstruation and fertility. In most instances, a woman is said to be menopausal when she has not had her period for 12 months consistently. Menopause is a transition that occurs over months and years. It is characterized by two stages, pre-menopause and post-menopause. During the process, a woman's body is said to produce less of the hormones, estrogen and progesterone. Menopause and premenopause symptoms can have huge impacts on the life of a woman, including relationships at work. Mr. Speaker, most frequently, the menopausal transition starts between ages 45 and 55, but recent studies also show that in Africa, women enter into menopause earlier. Indeed, women in their 30s can also be menopausal. It typically lasts up to 7 years, although it can last up to 14 years, I beg your pardon. The length and intensity of symptoms might vary depending on a variety of lifestyle and/or hereditary factors, including smoking and the age it starts. Mr. Speaker, as signs of menopause, a woman may experience hot flashes, getting warm in the face, neck or chest, night sweats, mood swings, irregular periods, decreased fertility, sleep disturbance, changes in metabolism, increased abdominal fat, thinning of bones and hair, among others. Many of these symptoms have further implications for the health of women, including increasing their risk of cardiac conditions. Mr. Speaker, even though there are things one can do to help with symptoms, including seeking medical help that can replace the missing hormones and help relieve the symptoms, the purpose of this statement will not allow me to dwell on them. Mr. Speaker, in a paper by L.T. Wambua in 1997, published in the National Library of Medicine, under the heading, African Perceptions and Myths About Menopause, it is contained that, depending on a woman's reproductive history and culture, menopause is viewed differently in Africa. The paper notes that given the limited fertility control options available to women who have had many births, menopause is likely to be welcomed at the end of childbearing. Menopausal women in some African communities are eventually accorded the same status as men, and this can be found in Sapom Peter, Girls' Mobility Rights in Ashanti, published in 1977. However, Mr. Speaker, the study presents that menopause frequently heralds the start of an emotional, depressive time for childless women. Mr. Speaker, a lot of the shame around menopause is linked to negative attitudes towards women. As noted above, women in this bracket become vulnerable and are labeled unjustifiably for many wrongs in society. As a result, the cessation of menses may also be linked to other aspects of poor health. For instance, many women who actually have ovarian, cervical, or endometrial cancer put off getting treatment because postmenopausal vaginal bleeding is perceived in some cultures in Africa as a sign of witchcraft. Particularly due to lack of proper education on this natural phenomenon of women, women get labeled and categorized with descriptions that are heart-wrenching and punishments meted out to them. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting to note that some men also go through these biological changes which is referred to as male menopause, but known in medical terms as andropause. Premender Singh, 2013, in an article in the Indian Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism under the topic andropause, current concepts defined andropause as a syndrome associated with a decrease in sexual satisfaction or a decline in a feeling of general well-being with low levels of testosterone in older men. That should be of concern to a lot of the men. Mr. Speaker, what is interesting in this is that our male counterparts hardly get subjected to the level of mockery and humiliation that women who experience menopause are subjected to. At least, not on the scale we see women taken. In addition, the process is not as debilitating in men because the implicated hormones in men affect a limited set of functions. On the other hand, in women, the implicated hormone, estrogen, contributes to the proper function of an unparalleled number of organs, hormones, and physiological processes, all of which are affected during the menopause transition. Mr. Speaker, aside public mockery and humiliation of menopausal women, women also endure such blame and humiliation on a daily basis privately. Some concerns of women are brushed off and categorized as emanating from a person suffering from menopause, for which attention should not be paid. As a result, society fails to make the necessary provisions to support women during this stage of their lives. Mr. Speaker, along with menstruation, menopause has frequently been exploited as the punch of jokes and as a means of degrading and humiliating women. Although physiological changes that most women go through, or because of the changes that women go through, fortunately or unfortunately, they can have unpleasant side effects on women who are known to be the bearers of and those who rock the cradle of our very existence. Typically, these changes come at the time when women are undertaking roles that are critical to their societies, caring for the elderly, running small and corporate businesses, and providing much required mentorship to the next generation. Mr. Speaker, a woman's biological changes, especially those that come by age, should not be regarded as a fault of women. As a result, we need to sensitize societies out of these. Our societies must be able to coexist and encourage women through these challenges. Additionally, what women need in appreciation for their roles in their reproductive years is empathy and care. The world cannot be championing the 16 SDGs, especially Goal 1, no poverty, Goal 2, zero hunger, Goal 3, good health, Goal 5, gender equality, and 8, decent work and economic growth, and still be comfortable with using menopause as an excuse to deny women the dignity these goals seek to give. Mr. Speaker, my personal experience is I was already menopausal when I was nominated, vetted and sworn in as a Deputy Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts by the visionary President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, in that same bracket, I picked the forms for the primaries to contest in Ketu South constituency and won with 31 votes difference in 2019. In 2023, I won with a margin of 632 difference between the closest contender. My status as a woman in the menopause zone has not affected my ability to perform my duties as a member of parliament. However, science and literature on menopause have it that the quality of life of women going through menopause is affected. As such, while menopause is not an illness, and special attention can be given to those whose transition is associated with particularly unpleasant side effects, in the same way, Care is provided to people who have malaria, headaches, sinus infections, erectile dysfunction or malfunction, etc., or those passing through pregnancy and lactation. Mr. Speaker, I am a living example that women who are experiencing menopause can still be productive in society and should therefore be supported to do more. In some countries, there are incentives for the women in this stage of life to make them comfortable and equipped to travel on this journey with dignity and pride. In private sector, companies which are taking such steps are gaining the competitive edge. Having hot flashes, losing one's hair, getting the feeling of pins and needles under one's feet are not what determines one's status as a witch, nor is it a sign of mental illness. A woman ceasing menstruation means she has earned her stripes as a mature woman. It is a sign that she has walked the ropes. It shows that she has arrived at a beautiful stage in her life where she must be respected, supported to continue to make her contribution to society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to remove the veil from the misconceptions and the hush-hush surrounding menopause. I thank you.
Yes. Let me invite the member for Domekwabenya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the maker of the statement for bringing such an important statement on the floor for discussion. And in contributing to the statement, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote something that I chanced on. A work by Professor E.Y. Kaukume, which is on the National Library of Medicines. And Mr. Speaker, he limits his study to menopausal women in Ghana. So he is not looking at it generally, but his writing or his work is about women who live in Ghana who are within the age of menopause. Mr. Speaker, he stated that he did a study of 152 women in Akosombo district in Ghana, and he had a questionnaire, and the common symptoms that he found with such women are hot flashes, palpitations, anxiety, sleeplessness, headaches, frequency in urine, irritability, tiredness, weight loss, weight gain, poor memory, and attitudinal change. Mr. Speaker, this is not too different from what is contained in the statement made by the Honorable Member of Parliament who made the statement, Honorable Jifago Mashi. Mr. Speaker, I think that women ought to be giving a lot of support within the family, within their various communities, when they reach this age of menopause. Mr. Speaker, because what they go through, most of the times within our setting in Africa, they don't talk about it. And many of the studies, including the one I just quoted by Professor E.Y. Kaukume, indicates that we don't talk about it freely. So women within that category of, within that age category or age bracket, in sharing their experiences, in sharing their difficulties, in sharing even the symptoms that they all experience, is a way of curing or dealing with the issue for them. But in our setting, we fail to do that as a country. And so I want to urge all members of Parliament here, especially we the women, that we should be engaging in community education for such women. Most of the times when we want to do something in the constituency, we gather the aged women, the widows, and we give out items. Indeed, these things are important, but the education that we need to give them also as members of parliament to deal with these medical and emotional problems is also very, very important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the study indicates that 3 out of 10 women who have these symptoms are not giving medication. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity for us as a member, as a house, to consider even putting some of these medications under the National Health Insurance Scheme, so that women in our villages, women in the hinterlands, can actually go in there and have these medications without paying for them. Because they have worked as teenagers, they have worked as mothers, they have contributed their quota to the development of this country. But when they reach that age bracket, it's as if the whole community and the whole nation abandons them to deal with this medical problem. But it doesn't happen like that, or it's not like that in the Western world. These medications are given frequently. They can go to their general practitioners and prescriptions are given to them. So again, Mr. Speaker, I want to come back to the fact that we have to talk about it openly, so that those of us who know, I'm not in that age bracket anyway, but I'm speaking for women generally, the women within that age bracket who know about these medications can actually share with the ignorant ones to be able to deal with it. It can affect productivity. It can affect concentration. It can affect the household. If a mother is going through all that, it can tear the family apart. Women are the pillar of our families. And so if they're going through issues of menopausal symptoms and they are not able to deal with it, their husbands are not supporting, their children don't understand, they haven't read about it to deal with it the way they're supposed to deal with it, it's going to affect the growth and development of a family, a community, and a nation. Mr. Speaker, in ending my contribution, civil society groups also have a role to play. They are concentrating on other issues concerning women. I think a new day is a new dawn. They should start looking at women within that age bracket, 48 upwards, who are going through these symptoms, and to go community by community, get the necessary funding nationally and internationally to deal with this issue. We cannot deal with it as women in isolation. We need our partners, we need our medical officers, we need the health system to support us, we need the community to support us, we need Parliament to also take a decision and also push for these medications to be covered under the National Health Insurance Program, so that our older women would be continually productive to the development of this country. I thank you, Mr. for the opportunity.
Yes. Dr. Terry, you want to speak? Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important that we speak about ourselves, especially when you have been there and done that. Honorable Jifagumashi and I peers. We have known each other for over 40 years, and we have grown together. So when she raises an issue of importance such as this, he's talking about people in that age bracket. What is important is she's female and I'm male. However, if you're a responsible man who is married for these many years, then you understand the process in which she has outlined here about the pre-menopausal period, the menopause and post-menopausal, so that something can be done and significant things can be done. As an Akan, I recognize that our whole thinking about women before they reach menopause has not been positive. It is considered that if she has she's in her cycle, then she should even cook outside. And the general term referred to is wabudinsa. That means the hand is broken, literally. It means that she cannot even cook for the husband or do anything openly for the family. Then, what is strange is she reaches another phase of her life when she doesn't go through her cycle again. So then she should be admitted and given all the praises. However, that is also not done. So it means that women suffer on various phases of their life as a result of stigmatization that they are women. But more seriously, it is even within the designation that these women who are becoming more forgetful, they are more emotional, and a few other things that sometimes take them away from their norm, they are considered as witches. If an old lady is beginning to go through menopause, she's having her own private summer. You see that she's sweating, she's fanning herself in the trotro or whichever, even public place that you may find, such as in parliament, then it is considered, oh, she's a witch. She's more forgetful. She's talking to herself. These unfortunate stigmatizations are not healthy for our women. Especially, we undertook a study of how women rise to administrative positions. We considered the fact that socially they have inhibitions, but much more seriously is also the physiological issues that they encounter, and that includes the issue of menopause. So if a woman is going through that phase, she is not going to be available to compete with men in some areas of life. And professionally, that can actually weaken their opportunities to step out there and also become high achievers as they may want to do in industry. If they become forgetful, it's an issue. But again, speaking as an Akan, in several traditional areas, when a woman reaches the phase of menopause, then she can sit with the men because she has become a man. She has become a man with the understanding that she doesn't defile the traditional system by being in her cycle. So, Mr. Speaker, in view of the traditional thinking about a woman reaching an age that she has become a man, we need to step up this effort so that men are generally educated. Husbands recognize that wives naturally go through this process and is part of the reproductive processes of a woman. We recognize that women's reproduction is production, and therefore if they step out and are educated well to come to a better appreciation, to manage the new emotions that they encounter, the more crying without explanation, the fact that they become depressed without really knowing why they are depressed, we recognize that some good can come from that, and it can increase women's visibility, effectiveness, and ability to do other things that otherwise society stigmatizes them and make it difficult for them to actually participate in all of this. So the traditional man must now invite the Isumeja, the Kwai, and Kukufu leaders to participate in the process of really these women, having become men, can actually sit in the palace and begin to function equally as the men there, because the stigma of their cycle is now removed as a result of menopause. And with this, so much good can be done when we all get together and help women to advance in the cause of human production and human reproduction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honourable members, we bring Mr. Speaker. You've been invited to speak
I'm very
by Dr.
excited.
Kiria.
Thank you very much. I ordinarily matters with menopause, I thought they were so normal. I wasn't taking a keen interest, but suddenly the last contributor has excited my my imagination. The part about at a point in a woman's life, she she being considered as having reached a stage where she's considered as a woman. And so she can sit. I'm hearing that for the first time, and I find that very, very interesting. I have never heard of that. I'd like to investigate that further. But just recently, I think there was a chieftaincy issue, a committee in which I think there's a report that the Queen Mothers are asking to be allowed to sit in the traditional council. I'm sure if these matters had been brought out to the fore, many of them would ordinarily qualify to sit in the traditional council. So it shouldn't be that difficult. But I find it a very interesting dimension. Even though at my age, I think I'm already experiencing andropausal symptoms. But this rather part is so exciting. I'd like to investigate that further. But thank you for sharing this information. I'm very keenly interested in matters traditional, and I'd love to investigate this further. Thank you for bringing this part out in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we bring the statement time to a close. Honorable Jifar Gomeshi, we thank you for the statement and all those who contributed. We are so grateful. Yes.
Speaker. Oh, let him finish.
Speaker, if we may go to other paper agenda. Speaker, so that we'll do some few laying and after that we come back. There's one more statement to be made by our honorable colleague. So, Speaker, if with your leave, if the minister responsible for trade and industry could lay other paper addendum 1A on behalf of the minister.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues had a discussion with me. We just want to lay on the addendum order paper A and B, and then we can go back to the
A and B.
Yes, please, on addendum paper, and then we can go. Yes, by the Minister of Trade. I'm not sure whether he is properly seated to lay the paper, but now that he's relocating, then we can allow him to lay the paper in his rightful place.
Honorable members, let me invite you to addendum paper. Addendum paper. I hope you are all having addendum paper. Item 1, presentation of papers. We will begin with 1A by the Minister for Finance.
Additional financing agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development for an amount of $50 million United States dollars to finance the Rural Enterprise Program 3.
Honourable members, the agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report.
Speaker, looking at the nature of the agreement, if the leadership of the Trade and Industry Committee, looking at the nature of the agreement, if the leadership of the Trade and Industry Committee could be added to the whole Committee of Finance.
Very well. Very well. So the leadership of Trade and Tourism Committee, that is the chairman, the vice, the ranking and the vice, should join the Committee on Finance to consider this agreement. Very well. Now the B, by the chairman.
Speaker, 1B, if the minority whip can just do it on behalf of the...
On behalf of?
Speaker, this is supposed to be laid by the chairman of the Public Account Committee. So I will lay that on behalf of the chairman of the Public Account Committee.
Very well.
Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, 3 university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2022.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. Honorable members, I will kindly ask you to indulge me to allow the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. The First Deputy. Well,
Are you going to put the question to the motions?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you and welcome back to the chair. Mr. Speaker, we've got one more statement by a colleague, and after that we will be in your hands.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member, you may read your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to extend my appreciation to you, Mr. Speaker, for providing me with this platform to bring to light the humanitarian crisis that is unfolding in my constituency as a result of the influx of Burkinabe refugees to Garu and the surrounding communities, and to also draw the attention of my esteemed colleagues, the government, the good people of Ghana, and the global community to this urgent issue. As many of you may be aware, our neighboring country, Burkina Faso, has been experiencing political instability and conflict, resulting in a significant number of innocent civilians seeking refuge in our region. This crisis has led to an influx of refugees into several communities within my constituency and the surrounding areas. The situation is very dire, Mr. Speaker, and demands our immediate attention and collective effort to mitigate the human suffering and avert full-blown humanitarian catastrophe. As this House may be aware, there has been a series of jihadist attacks in Burkina Faso recently, which has led to countless attacks in various parts of that country. These terrorist attacks have been intensified recently. Both local and foreign media outlets have widely reported the attacks of jihadists, resulting in deaths and injuries to many Burkinabes. On 8th of April 2023, according to BBC, 44 people were killed in a single attack. AfricanNews.com reported on May 31st that 40 people were killed by these terrorists in different separate attacks. Additionally, on 7th June, just about a month ago, Mr. Speaker, 21 people were murdered, according to France 24. The political instability coupled with its resultant security crisis in Burkina Faso is a disturbing development, which has necessitated the need for citizens of the country to seek refuge in my constituency and other areas around our area, because we share common geographical boundary in the northern part of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, when this development occurred, I received countless phone calls from my constituents in the affected communities. So I personally visited the affected areas to witness the issues firsthand and to understand the impact on the communities. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, what I saw is very disturbing. Some of the affected communities, including Denugu, Kuguri, Nwadugu, and Songo. In the Kuguri community alone, there are over 1,700 refugees, settlers, in that community. Denugu has about 500, while Nwadugu and Songo communities each have not less than 1,000 each. It is evident that the situation in these communities with such a large number of refugee settlers raise deep concerns. The presence of such significant numbers of refugee settlers strain the resources and infrastructure in those areas. Challenges in providing adequate housing, food, water, health and healthcare for both the refugees and the local population are evident. The influx of people from different backgrounds has the potential of creating cultural and social tension. Apart from the fact that these immigrants are seeking asylum, they also came with their livestock, which are posing threats to these communities, raising concerns about the safety of their crops as we are in the farming season, Mr. Speaker. Their disregard for the community rules and careless attitude towards the environment is posing severe challenges to these communities where they live. For instance, Mr. Speaker, these communities have forest reserves, but since the coming into these communities, refugees have been engaged in indiscriminate cutting of trees and clearing of the forest reserves that can harm severely our forest reserves and the survival of the ecosystem. Besides this, Mr. Speaker, there are no proper places for shelter, to shelter them, therefore forcing many of them to sleep in the open, which exposes them to mosquito bites and other challenges. Hygiene in the affected communities is in a very bad state, jeopardizing the health of indigents and the immigrants alike. This is exacerbated by the absence of toilet facilities to cater for the growing numbers, leading to open defecation and its consequences. The outbreak of cholera and the like is imminent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the already precarious security situation in our area is further aggravated as the border to Burkina has many unapproved routes. As more refugees keep trooping into our area, it is difficult to separate terrorists from ordinary asylum seekers. It is evident, or my concern, is that insurgents may take advantage of the influx of the asylum seekers to infiltrate the communities and carry out attacks on our constituents. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of the 1992 Constitution, which enjoins us to be in spirit of friendship and peace with all people of the world, and as it is characteristic of us, we have already extended a hand of friendship and hospitality, and despite the above concerns, the people have been accommodated. This notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call on the Ministers for Defense, Interior, and National Security to work together to ensure that the safety and security of my constituents and the other communities around the area are not jeopardized. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, the Ghana Health Service, the Ghana Refugee Board, as a matter of urgency, should develop an adequate emergency humanitarian crisis mitigation plan and to deploy staff to the area in an effort to assist in dealing with the challenges as we wait for more support from other sources. Items like tents, blankets, mats, bed sheets, mattresses, foodstuff, and the rest are welcome, Mr. Speaker. I will at this juncture make a clarion call to the Ghana Refugee Board to activate their functional mandate imposed on them by the Ghana Refugee Law 1992, PNDC Law 305, to visit the affected communities in the district to assess the situation and help make recommendations to government for appropriate intervention. I also call on the United Nations Refugee Agency and, more importantly, the continental geopolitical bodies like African Union and particularly ECOWAS as a regional entity to ensure that the crisis in Burkina Faso is resolved in order to avert further calamities and catastrophic outcomes, because what happens to one side of the globe have a detrimental implication on us all. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration should collaborate with the Burkina Faso Embassy in Ghana to help manage the refugee situation. This cooperation between Ghana government and her Burkinabe counterpart is very crucial in the management of the situation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to call on members of Parliament and Ghanaians in general to continuously lead efforts to protect and preserve our democratic governance and the peace we enjoy as a country. It is often said that you may not value what you have until you lose it. I say this with a high sense of seriousness and that I can master, because when I visited the camps hosting these refugees in the various communities in my constituency, I could see misery, hopelessness in the eyes of the people. Undoubtedly, Mr. Speaker, among them a large number of children whose wish to be in school among their peers or live in the comfortable homes, but without any fault of theirs, here they find themselves running for safety. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Yes, let me recognize somebody close by.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the maker of this statement.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this situation is not different in my constituency. As we are all aware, Sisala West is also sharing border with Burkina Faso. And there's refugees almost every day. It's a very big problem for us as a people. Mr. Speaker, there are several challenges as far as this situation is concerned. One is about the communication situation in the various communities that are sharing border with the neighboring Burkina Faso. And many of these people, Mr. Speaker, come into our country through an unapproved route. Mr. Speaker, it is even difficult to differentiate an ordinary refugee from probably, Mr. Speaker, a jihadist. Even if you suspect that one may be a jihadist, how to even call the district command is a problem, because many of the communities around the neighboring Burkina Faso do not have telephoning, which is a very, very, very serious challenge, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, aside that, I would want to call on government, if possible, to establish refugees camps around those communities, around those constituencies that are sharing border with Burkina Faso. Because many a times when these people enter into our countries, we do not have places to keep them for a temporary, perhaps. Sometimes we are compelled to keep them at schools, which is not a good place for them to be sleeping, because we know that our children are also supposed to go to school. Because we do not have a specific place designated for that purpose, we are compelled to keep them at basic schools. Mr. Speaker, this must be taken seriously by the Ministry of Interior and also the National Security Minister. One other challenge, Mr. Speaker, it's about the number of police personnel at the various constituencies that are sharing border with Burkina Faso, Mr. Speaker. Police visibility, as we are all aware, is very, very important. And for instance, Sisala West do not even have up to 60 police personnel. And we are talking about 56 communities that are scattered. For you to travel from the district capital to another, the last village that shares borders with Burkina Faso, probably you would have to travel for about almost 2 hours to get there. So, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine if something is happening at that particular village, how the police, how are they going to respond quickly to that? And we've been seeing it, we've been hearing it, we've been reading on news portals day in, day out, the attacks that these jihadists have been engaging, and they are coming towards our country, Mr. Speaker. I would also want to add my voice to my colleague, Honorable Albert, the MP for Garu, that government must take steps to addressing this issue. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute on this very important statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement made by my twin brother, because we share border together. It's Garu and Timpane. We were twins and they just separated us. We look at this particular issue as just a national security threat. But it is not only a national security threat. It also has to do with our food crops. It has to do with our social amenities. It has to do with we the individuals ourselves. Currently, the number of people in my constituency, though stock has not been taken of their actual number, but you can see they run into thousands. Today, they came in with their animals. Their animals are destroying the few crops that our people have been able to cultivate. Today, fertilizer is very expensive, running up to between 500 and 600 Ghana cedis. You manage to get fertilizer for your crops, and somebody's animal comes to eat it. And when you want to talk about it, the person removes a weapon and says, if you talk, I will kill you. It is very, very disturbing. It has made it impossible for the local people themselves even to go out and do their normal activities, because we are afraid to be attacked by these people who have come in from Burkina Faso. Then two, you look at health in general. They come in, you don't know whatever condition they are having. As they come, they mingle with the people. I can even say that the current issue that we have with the anthrax is as a result of their coming in with their animals. Currently, we have lost a lot of people, or few people from the 6 constituencies in our area due to anthrax, because of the influx of these people and their animals. And it poses a health threat to the people of these 6 constituencies. And we need to look at it critically and take good care of our health in general. Then again, in the near future, coming dry season, with all these activities, destroying our crops and not allowing people to go out to do their farming activities, we are likely to get food shortage. Even today, in my constituency, just a bag of corn is almost 1,000 Ghana cedis, which is not usual of the constituency, because food has become very expensive. They came in with their money, so no matter the price, they are hungry, they buy. But our people are so poor that they cannot afford that price. Then again, during the dry season, this year we are likely to encounter food shortage, because the people are not able to do their farming activities because of these people. And therefore, we need food security in this region or in the various constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I will plead with the Minister of Interior, the Minister of Health, the Minister of National Security and Defense, that they should look at this, they should collaborate and look at this issue holistically in order to help what is happening in that particular part of our country. Because if we don't curb it now and it goes into other places, we are likely to encounter serious security challenges. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this very important statement.
How many more must contribute to the same matter? Are you close to know? The fellow has been on his feet for a while. Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, indeed, let me commend my brother for bringing this matter once more to the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, sometime last year I raised the issue of refugees and their circumstances, the influx that we are experiencing in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to focus on the work of the Ghana Refugees Board, set up under PNDC Law 5D. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the Ghana Refugees Board is not receiving adequate funding. Otherwise, related by my brother in his statement were matters that functions of the Refugees Board. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the website of the Ghana Refugees Board, their functions are set out under Section 5 of the PNDC Law 305 as follows. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me itemize them. They are indeed intended to receive and consider application for refugee status, recognize any person or group of persons who are refugees for the purposes of this law, register and keep a register of persons recognized as refugees under the law, seek cooperation with non-governmental organizations on matters relating to refugees, assist in seeking employment or education for refugees and members of their families, endeavor to ensure the provision of adequate facilities, advice and services for the reception and care of refugees in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, their functions continue as follows. Administer and manage the refugee fund established under the law. They are also to advise the minister on all matters relating to refugees. That's the Minister of the Interior. Mr. Speaker, again, they are to perform all functions conferred upon them under this law and any other law. Mr. Speaker, in performing these core functions, they are handicapped in terms of funding availability. Mr. Speaker, the statistics as captured under the website of the Ghana Refugees Board is very frightening. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Refugee Board says that about 65.6 million persons are forcibly displaced worldwide. Mr. Speaker, they go on to say that about 22.5 million people, of those people who are displaced, are refugees. 10 million people out of the people who are displaced are stateless. That is, they belong to no country. Mr. Speaker, out of this number, the board puts out as many as 28,300 people who are forced to flee their homes as a result of conflicts or persecution every day. So these are very serious matters. And Mr. Speaker, this situation is also worsened by the condition that we call transhumance in agriculture, where periodically men who had cattle cross from other countries cross over into our country as a result of cattle grazing. And when they come in, either they are unable to return at the end of the period of transhumance, or they come and settle, and then under the Ghana Refugees Law, they are entitled to be registered and perhaps eventually naturalized as Ghanaians. So these are very serious matters that I think the House should come to a certain determination in respect of how much funding we give to the Ghana Refugees Board under the Ministry of the Interior for them to be able to carry out the mandates under the law. Mr. Speaker, may I further urge my brother that he shouldn't end the statement with just this debate and that will be all. He can perhaps come with a private member's bill to be able to seek for other funding sources to assist the Ghana Refugees Board to be able to come, because given the nature of his constituency, it's along the borderline with Burkina Faso. And anytime there are social, communal insurrections or communal conflicts, it's the first point of call for these refugees when they cross over. So, Mr. Speaker, with these words, I think that as a House, we need to make a certain determination on the matter. I thank you for the opportunity.
Do the leaders wish this matter? First, tell me whether you wish to comment or not.
I would like to comment, but initially, Honorable Okujeto got up before our colleague, so you can. Okay, all right. Honorable Apak can do that on behalf of leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate a leader and my younger Vandal colleague recognizing that I was in the Great Hall before him. Most appreciated. Mr. Speaker, my comment on this is very brief but more practical. Mr. Speaker, one of the commentators on this timely statement made references to the challenges to do with mobile telephony, particularly in that part of the country. And I believe it is a matter that we must take seriously as a nation. But I wish the Minister for Communication and Digitalization was here. But if she is not, it is important that she is aware that the inability of citizens in that part of the country, and even in most parts of the northern parts of the country, to use mobile phones as a result of poor or unavailable networks clearly has security implications. Mr. Speaker, we know that there is a policy that has been christened "see something, say something." Mr. Speaker, how do you say something when you see it, when you have no access to convey what you have seen? And so I think it is important that even the Minister for National Security also takes an interest in this matter. Mr. Speaker, the "see something, say something" mantra ought to also be translated into the local languages on the border towns in the affected zone, so that the indigents would also imbibe and act accordingly in instances where they see and have access to mobile telephony. So I thought it was important that I complement the commentary already made with much more pragmatic ways that we can together help to ensure that even as we are receiving refugees, we do not end up also allowing persons who may take advantage of the situation to come into our country and perpetrate harm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me.
You started with being in the Great Hall. Let me remind you that tomorrow you are invited, all the former residents of the Great Hall. You are invited that tomorrow you have an assignment. Are you listening to me? Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, are you listening to me? I'm saying that for all of you who are former residents of the Great Hall, you have an assignment tomorrow. If you're not a member, you understand, it's okay. You have an assignment tomorrow in the evening at opposite the hospital. That's right. I do not recognize you anyway. Do the Majority Leadership, do you wish to comment on the statement we just discussed?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear you.
I was asking whether you wish to make comment on the statement.
Not at all, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. 4 people are smoking. You're late. Yes, leadership. What's your advice?
Speaker, if we can do motion 20 on page 19 on the original paper. Mr. Speaker, yes, we discussed it, but I'll suggest we go on suspension. When we come back, we'll take this.
Very well, honorable members. Sitting is accordingly suspended for 1 hour.
Till 3 o'clock, maybe.
Very well. The House will resume at 3 p.m.
Honourable members, welcome from the suspension of sitting. I just engaged the leadership of the House and it gave me a sense of what you've done and what is left to be done. In view of the numbers involved, we may have to, unless otherwise necessary, reduce the number of contributors. If you agree on the issue, we don't need to have too many people saying the same thing. But those that you disagree will allow ample debate on it. I'm sure you've all been given copies of the order paper addendum 2. And so we'll start with laying the papers there before we move to the substantive motions. Order paper addendum 2. Laying of papers. Item 1A by the Minister for Finance. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, I want to seek your leave for it to be taken by the Minister for Employment.
The Minister for
Employment.
Employment.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Minority.
Mr. Speaker, we are in agreement with that.
Yes, Minister for Employment and Social Welfare to present the paper for and on behalf of the Minister for Finance.
Additional financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association for an amount of $150 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana Productive Safety Net Project 2.
Honorable members, the said paper is accordingly presented to the House and referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report. We now take item 1B. We will take the two, Roman 1 and Roman 2 together. Yes, the same, Minister. Well, this is chairman of the committee.
Speaker, I will seek your leave for me to take it for on behalf of the chair of the committee with respect.
Mr. Speaker, just to save time, we can do that.
Yes. Majority Chief Whip to present it for and on behalf of the chairman of the Committee on Finance.
Report of the Finance Committee on the addition agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development for an amount of $15 million United States dollars to finance the Rural Enterprise Program 3. Report of the Finance Committee on the additional financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association for an amount of $150 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana Productive Safety Net Project 2.
Honorable members, the two reports are accordingly presented to the House and they are for distribution to all members of Parliament. Could we now take on the same order paper just the Pan-African? Can we take the Pan-African or should we move to the main motions?
Yeah, with respect, with the Pan-African, we had laid it. What is on the order paper is a motion, but I guess the report is not ready yet. So I will wait and go on to the order paper. So I will go to the normal order paper, page 11. So I will respect to come with me to page 11 and take item 11. As we had debated and we're just waiting on the question to be put.
Honorable members, item 11 at page 11 of the order paper. I am just informed that the motion has been moved by the chairman of the committee and it's been debated and it's for the question to be put. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Are we going to take the resolution? No.
Speaker, we are ready to take this resolution, item 12. And Speaker, I will seek your leave for it to be done by the Agri Minister instead, with your kind leave.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any objection to that.
That is item 12, at page 12 of the order paper. Minister for Food and Agric for and on behalf of the Minister for Finance to take the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this House, I beg to move that the resolution number 12 on page 12 and 13 on today's order paper be moved. I so move.
Yes. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second. Thank you.
Motion on the resolution moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Since this is a consequential resolution from the motion that has been debated, I put the question. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Which other item?
Speaker, page 19. And we start off with the procedural motion, item 20.
Honorable members, page 19 of the original order paper, item number 20. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Honorable Speaker, I move that item number 20 be moved. I so move.
It's okay.
It's a procedural motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and recommend to the House for the adoption of the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded is a procedural motion. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now go to the substantive motion. As item number 21. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt a report of the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises on the contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by National Pensions Regulatory Authority and the Ministry of Employment and Labour Relations, and the Attain Enterprise Solutions in partnership with Omni Technologies Limited for an amount of $3,695,338 United States dollars 87 cents for the deployment of a risk-based supervision system and ERP system platform. In so doing, I present the committee's reports and urge that the Hansard captures the entirety of the report as they have been read. I move. Lord, I will refer to
conclusion.
Lord, in conclusion, I will say that having thoroughly examined the contract agreement between the parties, there is value for money, and the implementation of the software would automate the process of NPRA. Mr. Speaker, we pray that the House adopts the report for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Governor Doko.
So, Chairman, I rise to second the motion, and in seconding the motion, I will want to state that the committee thoroughly examined the document before us, and we find it very useful for the work of NPRA. And with that, I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded of the House. Honorable members, there be no consideration since you have agreed on what is in the report submitted by the committee. I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We will move to the next motion. Yes, please.
Speaker, item 22 on page 20.
We take the resolution.
Yes.
Yes, item 22, page 20 of the order paper. Minister for Employment and Labor Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution on today's order paper, page 20, number 22, on the order paper, be so moved. I so move.
Yes, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes.
Speaker, I rise to second it.
Moved and seconded. It's a consequential resolution, so I put the question. Those in favor of the motion moved for the adoption of resolution number 22 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Any more motion? Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, page 23, item 29.
Honorable members, page 23, item 29. Yes, Minority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House request of the Minister for Finance to present to Parliament government debt restructuring program for consideration. Mr. Speaker, this is extremely important. Mr. Speaker, it's important to the sense that as we speak, Government of Ghana has announced a policy of domestic debt restructuring, external debt restructuring, and commercial debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, this August House does not have any view of this restructuring going on. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that the Bank of Ghana had to forego its debt that the Government of Ghana owed to the Central Bank. Mr. Speaker, we are hearing in the media that the Bank of Ghana has written off 48.4 billion Ghana cedis, being debt that the Government of Ghana owes to it. Mr. Speaker, Parliament of Ghana isn't aware of this very debt restructuring. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that the Minister responsible for finance present to us the details of the entire debt restructuring program for Parliament to scrutinize it and assess the impact on the image of the country as long as this matter is concerned, and most particularly, both financial and social. Mr. Speaker, this is extremely important, and I urge this August House to allow the Minister responsible for finance to present to us the full complement of government debt restructuring program for us to scrutinize it and approve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconder. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to indicate that most of those loans were taken with sovereign approval from this House. And so if the terms and conditions are being changed, we need to be involved and understand the implications for the approvals that we originally gave. In some instances, the timing and the tenure may create problems for a future government. For instance, if you front load most of the payments to start from 2025, and you have not made enough buffers available for those to be taken on, it will mean that the state may end up defaulting again in 2025. So we need to be sure that these arrangements are done to ensure the long-term sustainability of our debt, but not just to create a buffer for the government within a period of 1 year or two, and for the country to come back to deal with those matters. Recently, we've also seen that there have been some arguments to the fact that the Bank of Ghana has written off some public debt that it granted to the government of Ghana. And I particularly refer to Section 53 of the Public Financial Management Act, which says that no public funds can be written off without a resolution of this House. And so we will need to do these things in order to understand where the authority to write off public funds were granted back to this House, and call institutions and covered entities to be mindful of the laws of our land and not to put this country into jeopardy. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes, please. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I think it's a fair demand from the sponsors of this private member motion to ask of the exchequer of our country to come and apprise the House of the trust of these important national policy, especially in the times we find ourselves as a country and also in global context. So from the outset, I have no problem with that. Safe to say that, Speaker, if you look into our orders, and I was, as my respected leader was moving the motion, I tend to look at Order 155. And Speaker, we have a committee of Parliament, Finance Committee, with clear powers and mandate. Order 155, Speaker, says, for the purposes, Speaker, with your permit, the purposes of effectively performing its functions, each committee shall have all such powers, rights, and privileges as vested in the High Court of Justice or Justice of the High Court at trial in respect, and it goes on and on. So essentially, our committees are clothed with legal powers. And for me, this matter shouldn't have taken members or a member to move a private member motion. So the begging question is, I see my good friend, the Honorable Adongo, who is very eloquent on these matters. What is the Finance Committee doing? You have the powers. I was expecting that these matters could have been discussed at the Finance Committee, and then appropriate report is brought to plenary for discussion and adoption or otherwise. So I'm quite surprised. However, if the House so decides, we can also go by Order 191 as a leg, where we could constitute an ad hoc committee to find what we want to find. But the thrust of the motion was to request of the Honourable Minister to finance, the Honourable Minister of Finance to present to Parliament government debt restructuring program. And hence, I don't think it's too much a demand. And I know that there is nothing this government is hiding, and the Finance Committee, the Finance Minister would not hesitate to apprise the House, especially when all the ratings of economic ratings of our country it's become so admirable. Economic ratings recent times have shown a wonderful upsurge in terms of growth and stability in the economy. So it shouldn't be a challenge at all. And I'm very sure that if the House so decides, the Minister will come and duly apprise the House. But having said this, Speaker, I support the motion, and I think that the House should take a decision in this regard. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me add my voice to the motion on the floor, and I also refer to Section 53(5) of the Public Financial Management Act, Mr. Speaker, Section 5 talks about, and with your kind permission, let me read. The minister shall, within 3 months after the end of each financial year, lay before Parliament a statement of the losses written off by the minister in accordance with subsection 1. My brother referred to subsection 1 as the basis for the minister's reporting to the House. The losses so incurred and the punishment are so detailed under section 96 of the Act. I don't know, because this whole debt restructuring program has not ended. We know that government is now seeking to restructure the external debt, and that report is not ready. What we all know is that the domestic debt are the ones that have been restructured. So I'm at a loss as to what this motion seeks to achieve, especially when the entire debt restructuring program has not been completed, Mr. Speaker. Because the minister will come here and come and tell us that he has not finished the entire program, and he will leave this house hanging. So I want us to be very careful on the leg that we tread on, and to be sure whether the minister has finished with the entire debt restructuring program or is done with one leg of the program, and will give him time to come and brief this house as so moved by the proponents of the motion. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, that's about it. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct some few points that was made by my honorable colleague, the Honorable Patrick Boamah. Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for finance must first seek approval from us before he goes and restructure our debt. He doesn't have to go out there and restructure the debt before he informs us. For example, if the country is insolvent or for any reason the country cannot repay its debt, it is only right for the minister responsible for finance to present a policy document to us and to inform us that Ghana will have to go through a debt restructuring program and to give us the contours of the debt restructuring program. So, Speaker, the minister decided to organize a press conference at the Ministry of Information and inform the nation without coming to Parliament. So, Speaker, this is a major government policy. If the minister, for any reason, has decided to write off the debt that government of Ghana owes to the Central Bank of Ghana, the Bank of Ghana, it is only right for the minister responsible for finance to bring a document before us and to inform us that they are going to write off a certain debt that the government of Ghana owes to the Central Bank. The minister cannot unilaterally write off debt that is owned to the Central Bank. Speaker, it is for that reason that I request of the Minister of Finance to present to us the contours, the details of government debt restructuring program. So, Speaker, I have not asked us to set up an ad hoc committee. All what I'm saying is that the minister must come here and present to us the program of debt restructuring, detailing exactly what he is trying to do. And, Mr. Speaker, in your own wisdom, you can refer to the Finance Committee for the Finance Committee to scrutinize it and report to the House. Mr. Speaker, it is not right for the minister to take this major single policy initiative without parliamentary approval. Speaker, I urge you to refer right to the minister responsible for finance to present, to direct him to present the entire debt restructuring program. Speaker, that is all what we are asking for. I'm not asking for an ad hoc committee. I'm not asking for a finance committee to look at it. He should present it to the Parliament of Ghana for us to scrutinize it and to assess, importantly, the impact of this debt restructuring program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The same people are rising and racing. Is the lady there on her feet? Are you standing to contribute?
I think, Speaker, in this house, we always defer to you, and the orders, Speaker, interpretation of the orders is in your bosom. However, as I listen to my respected leader, when he says
the minister must come to the House before he even begins the program. I think greatest respect, I disagree with him on that score, because I'm not too sure if there is any law that compels the minister on policy to come to the House and get approval. I don't know what your words were, but to come and seek prior approval of the House before he goes ahead. To inform us, that can be done, but I'm not sure there is a law, an existing law that compels him. However, Speaker, he is come under a private member's motion, and Speaker is seeking that the House takes a decision on this. I am of the view, we are of the view that there is an existing finance committee, and they are capable, the Honorable Adongo and co are capable of perusing and asking all the questions that they should ask, and prepare a report and ferry same to plenary. So, Speaker, I will ask of you, humbly, that you should refer this matter to the Finance Committee to delve into this, meet the Minister for a detailed report, and then same committee should report to plenary for a discussion of the report and adoption or otherwise. So I think that is what should be done. And essentially, we can't also gloss over the fact that was observed by the Honorable Yabuama, that the program is ongoing. Yes, I agree that you should come and render some accountability, but the program is ongoing. And because the program is ongoing, we can't give finality to it. And so they can apprise the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee come and present a report to plenary.
Yes, honorable members, the motion is simply requesting of the Minister for Finance to present to Parliament government's debt restructuring program for the consideration of Parliament. The presentation could be done orally, or it could be done in the form of a written report. Now, whether it's done orally or by a written report, the likelihood is for Parliament to get a body to interrogate the report and then submit its understanding of the report to the House for consideration and adoption or rejection. And so, depending on which way we want to go, either for the minister to appear before us and make an oral submission, or to submit a documentary evidence, it depends on the House. But we cannot say the program is ongoing. If you are talking about the implementation of the program, that is ongoing, but the program itself cannot be ongoing. It's something that the government has thought through and said that, look, we want to adopt this program for this number of years, implement 1, 2, 3. By the end of this period, we will have achieved that. That is the program. As we move along, you are allowed to review. But the program itself cannot be ongoing. It's the implementation that is ongoing. And I think that what the request is for the program, not the implementation. You represent the Minister of Finance, or you want to contribute?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make some contribution to...
Yes, because I was just giving guidance. But yes, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the broad debt exchange program, the Minister on the 16th of February
made a statement to Parliament on the debt exchange program. So if the minister is now being called to give another statement to the House on the debt exchange program, then, Mr. Speaker, I will suggest that since it's an ongoing program, the minister be made to give us the status, the current status of the debt exchange program, because on the 16th, he appeared before the House and made a statement on the debt exchange program. And I'm sure that the House...
Are we talking about the same thing? Because the debt restructuring program is not the same as the debt exchange program. There's the debt exchange program is part of the debt restructuring program. Now, the statement that was made here was which one? It was the debt restructuring program. Is that what was presented to the House?
I have a copy of the statement. The broader debt exchange program is what was presented to the House.
So already the statement has been presented to the House. Sorry, let me hear from you.
Mr. Speaker, the domestic debt exchange program is only a subset of the entire debt restructuring program. Mr. Speaker, in the debt restructuring program, you restructure the entire debt of the country, and the debt includes domestic debt and external debt. Even within the domestic debt, we have marketable and unmarketable. The domestic debt exchange program deals with only the marketable debt. The one that he gave us a brief on has nothing to do with unmarketable debt. That is the debt with the central bank. That is what recently we have heard that he has restructured. Mr. Speaker, we want a comprehensive program, because as we speak, we hear it in the media, bits and pieces, without being aware of the entire debt restructuring program and its implication on the entire economy. It is only right for the minister to appear before us or to submit a document to us on the entire government of Ghana's debt restructuring program for us to understand the contours and its impact on the general economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will read portions of the minister's presentation to the House, just to confirm that it didn't include the debt restructuring program, because the Bank of Ghana's overdraft that was being extended to government was mentioned in the government. Mr. Speaker, the statement is before the House. The Ghana debt exchange program did include the external refinancing and the Bank of Ghana's support to the debt exchange program. All I'm saying is that I'm in support of the minister briefing the House on the Ghana domestic debt exchange program. But since he's already appeared before the House on the 16th of February to brief the House on the global Ghana domestic debt exchange program, he should rather give an update on the current status of the debt exchange program, which will then, Mr. Speaker, will touch on all aspects of the debt exchange program to date and not tied to even just the Bank of Ghana. Coming again to make a statement to the House on the debt exchange program, as broadly as is being suggested, will be a repetition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The difficulty I have is that you are talking about a different thing. You are talking about the debt exchange program. But the motion is on the debt restructuring program, which is more comprehensive than the debt exchange program. It's the other way around. So you mean the debt exchange program is rather the larger program than the debt restructuring program? I cannot understand that. I cannot understand that. But yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker,
my colleague's explanation even re-emphasized the need to adopt this motion. He is talking of a short-term debt instrument, which were the overdrafts. Overdrafts are short debt instruments, which has subsequently now been converted to bonds, and following conversion to bonds, they've been extended to 15 years with a haircut. So we are seeing a completely different structure, and like you rightly said, it's debt restructuring. It means that you have a certain debt, and you want to change the structure of the debt. In doing so, you can do debt exchange, debt swaps, extension, and all those things. So I hold the view, and I humbly hold the view that, Mr. Speaker, this motion is very well placed. Let's adopt it. Let the minister go by the motion. I'm sure we'll get the details. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recall that the issues that arose after the minister had made a presentation to this House was whether or not the minister could alter the terms of loans that had been approved by this House without coming back to this House for approval. That was the issue. And some of us took a position that the debts are loans, and most of them were approved by this House. The external ones, even the domestic ones, were approved in the budget based on which they went to do the domestic borrowing. And so we took a position that such debts needed to be brought back to this House for consideration. And that motivated the filing of this motion. And Mr. Speaker, if you read the motion, it is clear. It said that this House requests the Honorable Minister for Finance to present to Parliament government's debt restructuring program for consideration, because we thought that, we should consider the restructuring that he has done. So that is where we are on the matter. Because if you look at the Constitution, it is clear. But if he came to ask for approval to borrow, in the request for approval, he indicated the terms. A restructuring is a change in the terms. A restructuring involves a change in the terms. And so we felt strongly that we must be involved in the consideration of the terms. And we were advised at that time, since he was involved in negotiations with the lenders, we should let him finish negotiating with the lenders, and the terms that they conclude on, then that could be brought to us. But we had filed this motion. So, Mr. Speaker, that is really the issue before the House.
Mr. Speaker, let me support the House with this report. On Thursday, 16 February 2023, submitted by the Minister of Finance. And with your kind permission, introduction. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, I appear before you today to provide an update to you and the people of Ghana on the Domestic Debt Exchange Program, DDEP. Mr. Speaker, in honoring the invitation from this August House to provide an update on our DDEP program, I'll present the context of the program, outline its key features, and provide an update on the external debt restructuring exercise and the next steps. Mr. Speaker, so the Minister has already been here, provided an update to this House upon our request. What I sought to say was that what this House is unaware of is the external debt restructuring program. But for the domestic debt, he's been here. He's been here before. And we have a fair idea. We've met him at committee. He's briefed the nation on the DDEP. And those who were entitled to coupons have been paid. So it will be education on this House to invite him again. What I am suggesting is that we should ask him to come and present a comprehensive overview, an update on both external and domestic. That we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think as my colleagues on the other side have expressed, we also support the motion. It's just an attempt to provide some clarity and some guidelines. Mr. Speaker, the entire program as announced and adopted by this House in the budget of November 24th, 2022 was a debt operation program. A debt operation program. That is a broad title of the entire operation being conducted by government. Mr. Speaker, in the debt operation program is the Ghana's domestic debt exchange program, which covers the domestic aspect of the operation. The external one is called the external debt restructuring program. Mr. Speaker, in the domestic exchange program, Ghana's domestic debt exchange program is the aspects that covers the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, subsequent to the November 24th passage of the budget, the minister appeared before this House in February and gave us an update. Mr. Speaker, the suggestion being made is that if the minister is being invited again, then he should be invited to give an update on the current status of the domestic debt exchange program. Mr. Speaker, we are in support of the motion. It's just to clarify that it is not to give a new statement on the debt exchange program, but an update of the debt exchange program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Well, the sponsors of the program, in view of the submissions being made, do you have any intention of amending the motion to rather talk about an update of the implementation of the whole program?
Mr. Speaker, no. Mr. Speaker, the situation has nothing to do with update. Mr. Speaker, we need to understand the contours of the domestic debt restructuring program. Mr. Speaker, and the entire debt restructuring program. Mr. Speaker, the restructuring is aiming at something. It is aiming at debt sustainability. As we speak, our debt is unsustainable. We are not in a position to service our debt. That is why we have defaulted in the payment of our debt obligations. Mr. Speaker, before you achieve debt sustainability, you will need to go through debt restructuring. The contours, the details of the debt restructuring program is what we are requesting of the minister responsible for finance to actually present to us, and not just an update. An update may be that he has successfully restructured A, B, or C, but that is not what we are looking for. We want him to give us a brief. It's because we only have to read in some of the IMF debt sustainability documents for us to understand that we are going to achieve that sustainability in the year 2028. It's because some of us here are not aware of that information. So when we are debating on those issues, they are handicapped. It is only right that this House get to understand that our debt as we speak is unsustainable, and we are taking step A, B, C, and D to achieve sustainability. And in the period, you have to do A, B, C, and D along the way. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is not about update, but he has to present the program, the policy of debt restructuring to us for consideration. Mr. Speaker, that is all what I'm asking for. I have no intention.
Honourable members, I've listened to you. I'll put a question. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion number 29 at page 23 of the order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, what we've just done is to call upon the minister to present the government debt restructuring program for consideration by the House. I will proceed to direct that this presentation be made by the minister before the Committee on Finance. And then the Committee on Finance will then report a comprehensive recommendation to the House for consideration. Chairman, ranking member of the Committee for Finance should take up this matter, get the minister to appear before the committee to present the government's debt restructuring program. The committee, together with the ministry, will deliberate over it, and then the committee will now submit what they have in the form of a report to the House for consideration and either adoption or rejection by the House. I so direct. Honorable members, you can see I'm not too well. I will have to yield the chair to one of my deputies, the second deputy speaker. But whilst he prepares to take over, we'll go to the next motion, which is item 30. Sorry? Item 30 at page 23 of the order paper. Yes, you may move the motion. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, yes, we had earlier agreed that the two motions, the two private motions will be taken. But, Speaker, we'll take an item on order paper addendum before that. So we will go on to order paper addendum 2, page 2, and take item 3, but we'll start off with the procedural motion. Item 2. Yes.
Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Speaker.
Very well. So you take the item 2, page 2, in the addendum 2 paper, procedural motion by the chairman or the leader of the delegation.
Thank you. The Speaker, I rise to move that the House adopts motion number 2 on page 2 of the order paper addendum 2. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Who is seconding it? Yes. Honorable Collins Dada.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this is procedural motion. I'll put the question. All those in favor of the motion listed 2 in the addendum paper 2 say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now move to motion 3, the substantive motion. The leader of the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopts the report of the delegation to the Pan-African Parliament of the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held from 15th May to 2nd June 2023 in Midrand, South Africa. Mr. Speaker, I pray that the Answer Department will capture the report in its entirety while I make references to the opening, introduction, and the conclusion. The Speaker, the ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament was held from 15th May to 2nd June 2023 in Midrand, South Africa. The Speaker, this was pursuant to Article 4.2 of the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament and Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure, the Pan-African Parliament. The Union's theme was accelerating the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. Speaker, the Parliament of Ghana is represented by my good self, the First Deputy Speaker, the Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Mohamed Muntaka, former Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Collins Dawda, Honorable Ophelia Mensah, and the Honorable current Chief Whip also attended the session as an observer. The Speaker, the delegation is often accompanied by the Deputy Clerk, Finance and Administration and General Services. The Speaker, I'll move on to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion is that the representatives of Pan-African Parliament recommend to the House to adopt its report. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention that this meeting took workshops on science and energy, transport and industry, information and digital rights, and on internet governance. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, honorable members, the motion has been moved. Who is seconding it? Honorable Collins, you have to second it. You can make your the discussion very short. So just second it.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I'll crave your indulgence that we cut the matter short by adopting the report. Thank you very much.
Well, honorable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is before the House for discussion. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this House, we are privileged to have very senior members of this House as members of the Pan-African Parliament. We have confidence in them that they will do what is good for the country. Mr. Speaker, on that basis, let us adopt the report. Thank you.
Honorable members, I will then put the question, and the question is: all those in favor that the motion listed 3 in the addendum paper 2, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, leadership.
Speaker, shall we turn to page 23 of today's order paper, and they're taking item 30. Speaker, just to repeat that at leadership we had agreed that apart from the mover of the motion and the seconder, there will be no commentaries. So the member moves the motion, another member seconds it, and that's it. No debate, no commentaries. That was the agreement.
Mr. Speaker, that's what we agreed on.
Hey. So now you are cutting your members. Well. So, yes.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion number 30.
Numbered
30 on page 23 of the order paper. Page 23. And Mr. Speaker, the motion reads that this Honorable House constitutes a committee to conduct an inquiry into the National Cathedral of Ghana project and all related matters and to make appropriate recommendations for the consideration of this August House. Mr. Speaker, this motion is a very, very important one, and I pray that this House will approve this motion under Order 191. Mr. Speaker, Order 191 provides that the House may at any time by motion appoint a special or ad hoc committee to investigate any matter of public importance. So, Mr. Speaker, the National Cathedral Project of Ghana is potentially the most expensive project in the history of Ghana. Already, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, this project has ballooned from an initial $100 million to $400 million, and is still a moving target, it's still rising. So far, Mr. Speaker, about $58 million has been spent on the project. And what we see, Mr. Speaker, has become a subject of considerable controversy. We only see a whole, and we are not too sure really if it is $58 million that has gone into the project. We know that the project has been abandoned since March last year, March 2022. As we speak, the cost continues to go up. There are liabilities, there are interests, and then there are suspension claims, which on its own runs into about $52 million by my checks. Then, Mr. Speaker, there have also been demolitions. The passport office was demolished, the scholarship secretariat was demolished, judges' bungalows were demolished, the Judicial Training Institute was demolished, the Mali ambassador's residence was demolished, the Comsys IT firm was demolished, and the Waterstone Realty was demolished. There are all kinds of compensation claims being made, running into hundreds of millions of dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a major, major issue. And as we speak, eminent priests on the board, some of them have resigned. Pastor Otabil has resigned, Bishop Dakiwad Mills has resigned. The latest person to resign is the Attorney General. So, Mr. Speaker, every day there's a new controversy, there's a new scandal about this project. And this House cannot sit aloof. We cannot shirk our responsibilities. And that is why my colleagues and I are sponsoring this private members' motion that this House should be seized with the matter properly. Let's have a special ad hoc committee to focus attention on this matter, because it's about the public purse, it's about scarce national resources, so that we can get to the bottom, unravel the mystery, learn lessons. All of us as Christians will wish that there is a temple, but we know that God must be worshipped in truth and in spirit. So let's get to the bottom. Let's know the truth about these matters. And if we must have a cathedral, let's proceed on a clean slate. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why we have brought this motion, and I appeal to honorable colleagues to support this motion so that a special ad hoc committee will be established and we can delve into the matters and report to this House. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is before the House. Should I go and put the question? And the question is, all those in favor that the motion listed 30 in today's order paper be adopted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. So, So, consequentially, it means we have to form an ad hoc committee. So, if you can.
The leadership, I think the substantial thing has been done, and that is the adoption of the motion. So the leadership will meet, and look at the intricacies and the details of it. So we can proceed. As we can invite you to order paper addendum, and take item.
Is it addendum 2?
Order paper addendum.
2?
No, order paper addendum.
I don't have it. Very well.
Speaker, I rise to move that item 2 on order paper item 2 on order paper addendum, pages 1 and 2 be moved. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
But Honorable Arnaud, do you have committee report?
When? Also before.
Mr. Speaker, the document was laid and referred to the Finance Committee to be joined by the leadership of the Trade Committee. They've done their work, so you need to lay the report of the...
Honorable members, you can't hear anything. There's so much. Yes, Honorable Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that the bill was laid, referred to the Finance Committee together with the leadership of the Trade Committee. They've gone to do their work. They are now coming to lay the report of the committee. Then we can have access to that. So if anybody there can lay the report of the committee, then we can proceed.
I understand the report has been laid. Honorable members, I understand when Speaker was presiding, the report was laid.
Mr. Speaker, the speaker that was in the chair before you came did not lay the report of the committee, because at the time he was here, the committee was still sitting.
Yes, leader.
Shall we turn to
Honorable members.
Speaker? Shall we turn to Order Paper Addendum 2? Order Paper Addendum 2, and take item.
So you didn't let us hear anything.
Speaker, Order Paper Addendum 2, and turn to item 1B. And Speaker, I'll seek your leave for it to be done by the Vice Chair of the committee.
Well, well. Well, well. Honorable members, let's turn to item B, 1B on addendum 2. Addendum 2, item 1B, by the chairman of the committee. Chairman of Finance Committee, yes, the deputy.
Report of the Finance Committee on the additional financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development for an amount of $50 million United States dollars to finance the Rural Enterprise Program 3.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. The II.
Report of the Finance Committee on the additional financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association for an amount of $150 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana Productive Safety Net Project 2.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, this 150 million is the one that was referred to in item 1A. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Finance has not sat on it. So I don't know the one he's talking about. It's a different one. Mr. Speaker, this one has to do with additional financing and the report. The Finance Committee only met on item 1B. That one we met on it and sat on it. But Mr. Speaker, the II, we have not met on it, and the report cannot be laid.
Yes,
that is true. That's true. That was an error. So we are limiting ourselves to the 1BI. The 1BI, Speaker.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what we need to do now is to take the procedural motion with reference to the 15 million. So let the majority side move that motion, then we can conclude and go home.
Yes.
Speaker, other people addendum item 2. Item 2, and with your leave, the Vice Chair will do it.
Well. Honourable members, let me invite you to the addendum paper, item listed 2, motion by the Vice Chairman. Yes, Vice Chairman. The procedural motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the procedural motion on today's order paper. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, Honourable Member for Okaikwe Central moved the motion, and Honourable Member for Esujaman seconded the motion. This is procedural. The question is, all those in favour of the procedural motion listed 2 in addendum paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes. So we move to motion 3. Motion 3. The substantive motion. Vice Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on additional financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, for an amount of $15 million United States dollars to finance the Rural Enterprises Program 3, REP 3. Mr. Speaker, I entreat the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been presented, whilst I present some salient points. Mr. Speaker, the justification for the loan is captured under paragraph 4. The terms and conditions of the financing agreement under paragraph 6, and with your kind permission, the loan agreement of $15 million, interest rate of 1.48%, service charge of 1.36%, moratorium of 5 years, repayment period of 20 years, maturity 25 years, and the concessionality, Mr. Speaker, is 40.7%. Mr. Speaker, this is a program that has been running since 2012 and has supported a lot of industries and youth groups within the country. Mr. Speaker, I'll jump to the conclusion that the committee, after careful examination of the referrals to it, agreed by consensus that in accordance with Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 56 of the Public Financial Management Act and Standing Order 169, recommend for the adoption of this facility and approval by the House. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have done enough.
Mr. Speaker,
We've done the
as has been stated, the loan of $15 million is intended for the Rural Enterprise Program. Mr. Speaker, the advantages and what the Rural Enterprises seeks to do is well known. But in this very loan, it's intended that the business resource centers that have been built around the country, all of them have not been equipped. And according to the information we have, the $15 million is intended to get the necessary equipment to make those business resource centers functional. And that's why this is loan. I mean, if you look at the terms of the loan, Mr. Speaker, it really makes sense. 40.1 concessionally. And Mr. Speaker, because of that, I support and I urge my members to support for the approval of this law. Thank you.
Well, honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It's before the House now, and once there's nobody ready to contribute, I will just put the question. And the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 3 in addendum paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, the minister will take the resolution. Minister, the Deputy Finance Minister is here, so
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as item number 4 on pages 2 and 3 of the order paper addendum be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved by the Deputy Finance Minister. Yes, Honourable Thomas.
I second the motion.
Very well, it has been seconded. All those in favour that the resolution listed 4 in addendum paper say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution listed 4 in today's addendum paper is adopted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before you resume the chair, I had engaged the Speaker on a matter of Order 72. Mr. Speaker, I want to indulge the Honourable John Jinapor to make that point. So, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, Honourable John Jinapor will take.
Honourable members, so do you hear what he's saying? So if you are here and we can't hear what a colleague is saying, then what's the use? Please, let's. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, like the minority leader said, there are 2 very important issues that we wish to bring to your attention and to the House for a possible look at it by the Finance Committee and the Mines and Energy Committee. Mr. Speaker, the first one has to do with our gas sales agreements. You would agree that the debt within the gas system alone is hitting about $1 billion. Indeed, some civil society organizations have written to members, and your committee, the Mines and Energy Committee, began some initial work. But Mr. Speaker, under our standing orders, you would agree that we cannot, sole motu on our own, begin to look into this very critical matter unless it is referred. The other one has to do with the Gold for Oil program. Mr. Speaker, when the Bank of Ghana appeared before us, they made it clear that they had withdrawn from the Gold for Oil program. Indeed, rough estimates put the losses at almost $1 billion cedis. As it stands, the bullion service providers even petitioned the Speaker himself on this matter. That is why we find it very, very important that we elevate it to your level so that you would refer these 2 matters to the Mines and Energy Committee and the Finance Committee to formally look into it and present the report to this chamber for consideration. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
I'll come to you, but I'm looking at this side to see if I can get. Chairman of the committee, can you speak to? Your ranking has raised an issue and I wanted you to speak to it. So if you can take your seat and I want the chairman to speak to it before I...
So Speaker, but I can support it. No, let me do that. So Speaker, there's a gap
I'll come back to you, but I want the chairman to speak to it first. Yes, chairman, your ranking has raised an issue that your committee has already undertaken some investigation, and that investigation was not officially referred to you. So even though they have done the investigation, they want it to be officially be referred to you before the report can be laid before the House. So I want you to...
Yes, thank you, Honourable Speaker. That is very true. There were some informal engagements regarding these transactions, and I'll be very grateful if you make it formal and make a referral to the committee to enable us to interrogate the matter. I'm grateful to you, Honourable Speaker.
Very well. Now I can invite other... Yes, Honourable...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter that has been raised borders on Ghana's energy security. The issues of gas pricing is very critical, and so the referral indeed must really go to the Finance and the Energy Committee for them to work and bring a report. So, Mr. Speaker, I support it. But, Mr. Speaker, my recommendation is that they be referred to the Committee of Finance and Energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a second issue of gold for oil. Mr. Speaker, that is also very critical, and that was also raised. It borders on the availability of fuel in the market and the issues of forest. So, Mr. Speaker, this matter is also very important, and I also support that it should be referred to the Committee of Finance and Energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members. Very well. So, Honourable John, you came under Order 72. Oh, okay. So, you raised this pertinent issue. Very well. Protocol, you want to speak to it? Yes, let's hear you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to raise an issue on Order 72 based on what we've witnessed happening in Niger and the subsequent directive given to the various ECOWAS states on a possible military action, Mr. Speaker. Granting your leave to...
Honourable Member, if you can allow us to finish this one, then probably we can take that one as well. So, Honourable Members, majority leadership, any issue... Fine. Then I will accordingly refer... I said that's what I'm referring to, majority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, you've not called me.
I just said majority leadership.
On what? Mr. Speaker, nothing has been discussed at the front bench. I don't know about anything. I don't know. No, please, don't say that. He just raised a matter. It's not that I just walked in. He just raised a matter. And I'm saying that that matter which was just raised, I'm not privy to it. No. I'm saying that the chairman is here, I'm sitting here. I'm unaware of any matter. So don't talk about he just walked in. I should confer with, please. Excuse me. Please. Mr. Speaker, I am unaware of the subject matter. With respect.
Leader, what happened was, I'm coming. This morning at the press-sitting, they engaged me, and I said I should hear it from the chairman of the committee first, before we can discuss it. So, Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it appears because of the culture of closing very late every time we are going on recess, because of that, it appears we are just whiling away time so that it's midnight. Mr. Speaker, we have done enough. If we don't have any business, Mr. Speaker, let's close. It's as if we are going now shopping around for business to do. Mr. Speaker, I recommend that if there's no serious business, we close. Mr. Speaker,
You move.
it's beyond 2 o'clock. We are in your hands.
You can
Close the house,
move.
let's go, Mr. Speaker.
You can still move.
Honourable members, the referral is accordingly made to the Energy and Finance Committee to look into the matter. Yes, leadership.
The Speaker is way past 2 p.m. We are in your hands. There's no need for a motion. We have exhausted the business of the day. There's nothing keeping us here. So we should have closed around 1 o'clock. We suspended sitting, we resumed. It's almost 6 p.m. I suppose that, Mr. Speaker, we move to a close.
Honourable members, please, we have to do the closing remarks. Mr. Speaker will be coming too. But the leadership is not bringing anything.
Mr. Speaker.
What is this?
Mr. Speaker, an application is for you to suspend the House for some other discussions to be made.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot take a second suspension. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow a second suspension. If we are not ready for business, Mr. Speaker, adjourn the House. Mr. Speaker, I move.
Honourable members, when I was taking over from the Speaker, he told me he will come and do the closing remarks. So I cannot just adjourn without waiting for him. So I will beg all of you to hold on. So if there's no business now, probably you suspend a sitting and wait for Mr. Speaker. Honourable members, the sitting is accordingly suspended for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Hey, where you at? Are you at the meeting, Pana? Honorable members, let me welcome you. Today is the last day, so bear with us. As I said, the speaker will come for the closing remarks. But meanwhile, we'll do a couple of business before the speaker himself comes. So, leadership. Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking 8D, item number 8D on page 4.
On the original order paper.
This one is on the original order paper. 8D.
Very well. That is paper laying. Yes. Minority leadership.
Speaker, just lay the paper.
Very well. Let me invite the chairman of Mines and Energy Committee.
Report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation for the year 2023.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented. It is referred to the, it is for distribution to honorable members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, addendum 3, motion, item 1. Motion.
Very well. But honorable members, chairman, hold on. I hope members have the report. Very well. Very well.
What is it, a fight? Is it a fight? Take it easy.
Very well. So let me invite the chairman of the committee for the procedural motion.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation (GNPC) for the year 2023 may be moved today. I so moved.
Very well. Thank you very much. Who is seconding it? Yes, very well.
You second it, yeah?
It's okay. So the motion has been moved and has been seconded. Okay, by the ranking, no problem.
Yes.
By the ranking. It is now before us for deliberation. Yes. So we go to motion 2,
Yes.
the substantive motion.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this honorable court, this honorable House, I crave your indulgence, adopts the report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, for the year 2023. And in so doing, I present the committee's report. Honorable Speaker, the review of the 2022 activities are duly captured in the report, and I crave the indulgence of the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read seriatim. Let me move to some important matters and I conclude. Honorable Speaker, we were very much concerned about the financial gap of GNPC, which, in a humble view, was really disturbing the performance of the corporation. And our view is that some agencies of government owe GNPC, and if they should pay up, it will free them from doing what is very important to do. Let me come to the conclusion and recommendation of the committee. Together with its partners, GNPC plans to perform development and production activities across the Greater Jubilee Field, 10th Field, SGN Field. GNPC will further continue exploration activities on the Voltaire Basin, continue decommissioning of the Sopon Field alongside its mainstream and capital projects. The corporation has planned to accomplish these critical projects based on the total budget requirement of United States dollars 1.4 billion. The committee deems the execution of the above project by GNPC in 2023 as critical to sustain the country's oil and gas production exploration. In that regard, the committee recommends to this August House to adopt this report and approve the 2023 work program of GNPC in accordance with Section 73B of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815 as amended. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Rankin.
Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to capture our views, except that I want to reiterate some few areas. First of all, I want to put it on record that Chairman has confirmed to the committee members that the shares of GOHL has indeed been transferred to S-Local. And I think that that should be a matter of record. That contrary to the earlier position where the Minister of Finance was dealing with GOHL, as it stands now, the shares of GOHL has been transferred to S-Local. Secondly, I refer to page 7 of the Chairman's report, 10.1, funding gap, and the second paragraph. The Chairman has captured the committee's view on additional financing. And I think that I just want the clerk, with your permission, to pay particular attention to this, because that was a bone of contention, and that is what really delayed the consideration. That is even re-emphasized, regurgitated, re-echoed, and elucidated in page 8, as explicitly captured by the Chairman. And I refer to 10.3, the very last sentence. And for me, that is the most operative word for me. I refer to 10.3, the very last sentence, which has to do with fulfillment of Article 181 in respect of this liturgical facility. These are the most important areas for me, and I want to re-emphasize that so that that is put on record. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, as I said,
The remaining issues, I do not intend to belabor them. I'm sure there will be another opportunity to deal with that. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. It has been seconded before the House. So, yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, I take you to page 7, where GMPC's projected expenditure for 2023 is $1.4 billion.
He said no.
And, Mr. Speaker, they also report of a funding gap, which is, they have, really the budget gives them 1.24, so there's a funding gap of $172 million they intend to borrow. And Mr. Speaker, you have to look at how they arrive at the $1.2 billion. We have talked about this many times. And if you look at some of the areas GMPC has been focusing on, it's really not on their core mandate. And Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out for the record that GMPC is stuck with 3 producing fields since 2010, and those fields are depleting. Mr. Speaker, we have to ask the question, what is our national oil company doing to really get the capacity to produce oil instead of relying on all these foreign companies? Mr. Speaker, they can only do that if they focus on their core mandate, and so that is critical. Mr. Speaker, they are also basically spending a lot of money on projects that, quite frankly, are not needed, especially in this period of austerity. The other important matter that must be raised has to do with how government of Ghana has turned GMPC into a bank. If you look at the indebtedness that GMPC has, it's all SOEs, guarantees, and other things. Mr. Speaker, we must revisit that issue because it is part of the problems that we have. There's a matter here that I also want to raise. It had to do with a petroleum hub that GMPC on an annual basis is allocating money to in the Jomoro district. And Mr. Speaker, it's a forest, a grandiose project. They intend to take the land of the people of Jomoro, Mr. Speaker, and do a petroleum hub of $60 billion. Everybody knows that they are not going to get the money to do that project. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's a serious question that must be asked. Meanwhile, there are agitations by the people of Jomoro that they will not release 50 acres of land. And so, Mr. Speaker, the matter is already in court. So, if you look at the allocation this year of $3 million, you ask yourself, why are you allocating money when the matter is in court? So, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of issues that must be addressed, but the important point is that we must also get the Petroleum Commission, who has the technical capacity to question some of the expenditure that GMPC has basically asked us to approve, and give us the technical advice as to whether those expenditures are needed. This committee is really handicapped in that sense because a lot of the expenditure they ask are too technical for this committee. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I support the approval of this program. Thank you.
Very well. Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this motion, but, Mr. Speaker, I just want to put on record that having followed the submission by the Deputy Minority Leader, an aspect we dealt with GMPC guaranteeing facilities for other SOEs. I need mention here that this practice started way back 2013, 2014, 2015, to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, a member of parliament took this matter to court. Dr. Makesebe Yeboah took this matter to court when GMPC was issuing a guarantee for the car power transaction. And the Supreme Court gave its ruling on this matter. So I do not want the record to reflect that this is something new. It's a matter that when he himself was a sector minister, same was pursued, and the court pronounced on it. So I just want to correct this matter for the record. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, please, at the time
when Mark Esibeyebo went to court, we didn't have the Public Financial Management Act. Following the promulgation of the Public Financial Management Act, covered entities are now obliged to appear before us. So I beg you, just thank you.
Speaker, I did not rate constitutionality or the legality of it. What I'm saying is that the question he put across was GMPC guarantee. It's a different matter talking about GMPC appearing before us. I'm not talking about the constitutionality of it. All I'm saying is that this issue of GMPC guaranteeing SOE transactions started way back. If we should, as a country, take a decision that we should move away from it, that's fine. But I don't want him to create the impression that even when he was a sector minister, such a thing never happened and that it is new. I'm saying that we litigated this matter on this floor to the extent that it had to even end in court, and he was the superintending minister. So he shouldn't raise it. If he raises it, he does so in bad faith. That's that I want to say for the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Once the GMPC guarantees have come in, we need to put the record straight. Honorable Boa was not the superintendent minister at that time. I was. And we gave that to GMPC because it was commercially viable. Indeed, Sahara had approached us to supply the fuel for car power at a cost to Ghana, and we thought there was some value, commercial value, in the state getting whatever profit there was on it, and that was why we gave it to GMPC. I just want to put the record straight.
Well, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, let me come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, there's nothing on the other paper, so that's about all for today.
She wanted to read something.
Well. So we will invite the leaders, the minority leader and the majority leader, to give their remarks, whilst
Mr. Speaker, we were supposed to constitute membership of the committee, the ad hoc committee that's supposed to look into the National Cathedral. We did not put together the membership, so we have our list. It depends on how many. We will suggest that we have 7-member committee so that we can propose 4 people and our colleagues can propose 3 or so.
very well. So, but we didn't actually direct. So can we have you
do anything. We are doing closing remarks.
Mr. Speaker, you've called for closing remarks.
That's it.
And that is exactly what should be done, nothing more.
No, nothing more.
Speaker, this is not new business. This is business we have already done. You were expecting leadership to supply you with the names so that you can announce them. So we are going to supply you with the names of those we are proposing to be on the committee. And I encourage my colleagues to do same. It's not new business. We are not introducing anything new.
Honourable members, we will go to the remarks, but the fact of the matter is that we have adopted the report. Nobody objected to it. So once the House has adopted it, I think we need to constitute the report, the committee. So let me suggest that let leadership suggest consult themselves and put up the list. I think the majority leadership is not so let's hold on with the list.
Mr. Speaker, we have provided you with our name.
You have provided, but the majority side have not provided anything.
Mr. Speaker, they are here. It's not as if they are not here. So they can. In any case, it's not compulsory for them to propose membership. We can provide the 7 names if they don't want to be part of it. We can provide the 7 names.
That's what I'm saying. Let's do further consultation. The report has been adopted, but let's do further consultation with respect to the members. So meanwhile, let's get the closing remarks.
Mr. Speaker, we say we should do further consultation with who?
No, with respect to the people who are going to constitute that committee.
Mr. Speaker, we are satisfied with the name.
You have done yours, so we have to.
It will be unfair.
But honorable, you don't expect me to select the members from the majority.
Mr. Speaker, I can make proposal for them.
You want to make proposal for them?
Yes.
Yes.
You may want to take our side, the committee members, and then rule that once DS is ready, the committee is constituted. So that even if you don't get the numbers immediately, you have given some consequential orders that once you get the majority side, their numbers, we should consider the committee constituted. And then, except that maybe you might want to give the composition of the chairmanship and the numbers.
All those things must come into play. That's why I'm a bit.
You can read out our side.
Honourable members, my position is that once nobody objected to the motion, both sides were here, nobody objected to it, we've adopted it. It's now left with the composition of. I will suggest, because the leadership, the whip is not here, the majority leader himself is not here. I will suggest that we have gotten your side. Let's hold on with their side. Once their side is ready, we will compose the committee. Whip, is that right with you?
Mr. Speaker, we can't argue with you.
Yes, for now, bear with me. The majority side is already with their list. So let's hold on a bit. What is important is that the motion has been adopted. We are yet to constitute the committee to go into it. So meanwhile, leader, you can come with your remarks. Deputy Minority Leader, will start. So your leader is not here, so you can do that on his behalf.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker. The Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present the closing remarks on behalf of the Minority Leader, Honourable Kesa Atufos. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the Hansard Department to capture the full remarks because of time. So I'll start and then I'll read the concluding remarks. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you again for a successful session. Mr. Speaker, our thanks and appreciation also go to God for the successful end of this meeting. The cooperation between the two sides of the House has been good, and even though we believe it could be improved. Mr. Speaker, the cooperation between the two sides ensure the passage
of 8 bills, 3 of which are private members' bills. It is the first time that in a single meeting the House was able to pass 3 private members' bills. We must commend you, Right Honourable Speaker, for your leadership and direction. We are only in the 3rd session of the life of this current Parliament. I'm sure a lot more of such bills will be passed before the dissolution of the House. I must also commend the Honourable Francis Sosu for introducing these bills and for his industry in persuading the House to pass them. So, Speaker, at the beginning of this week, you also inaugurated the Citizens Bureau as part of efforts to strengthen the representational role and public involvement in lawmaking, oversight, and other functions of the House. This is a very important landmark and in conformity with the Open Governance Initiative. I hope our friends from civil society, the media, professional bodies, and the general public will, through the Bureau, engage Parliament more and support members' initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we witnessed 2 successful by-elections and the swearing-in of 2 MPs. These are the Member of Parliament for Kumawu, Honourable Enes Jawanim, and the Member of Parliament for Asin North. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my congratulatory message to Honourable Kwesi on July 23rd, the good people of Asin North defied all the machination by government and its policies and voted massively for Honourable Kwesi. The people of Asin North demonstrated that they were neither flattered by money or threats. I wish to commend you, Mr. Speaker, for guiding the House in appointing a committee to investigate the matter of the league take. I wish to urge the chairman and members of that committee to conduct a thorough and independent inquiry into that matter. Mr. Speaker, in the matter of daily criminal trial of our colleague Honourable Kwesi, I did inform the House that we in the minority were in solidarity with our colleague member and would therefore not partake in business, and we stood by. Mr. Speaker, we are also aware of the decision of the General Legal Council to selectively summon some individuals to appear before it, and with respect to the appeal made to the Attorney General to halt the trial of Honourable Kwesi. We call on the General Legal Council to be fair and balanced in this matter. Mr. Speaker, we had wondered why the Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, specifically on Monday, the Honourable Minister of Finance submitted to the House the Media Fiscal Policy Review for the 2023 financial year in accordance with Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act. We had wondered why the Honourable Minister had delayed until the final deadline date of the submission. It became clear why the Minister delayed in appearance before the House. Listening to the Minister churning out the data on the performance of the economy, it was obvious that if the Minister had his way, he would have avoided the House altogether. Unfortunately, he was compelled by the imperative of Act 921 to expose his own incompetence and mismanagement of the economy. It is evident that the Minister is clueless as to the location of the corner, as he stated, because his own data clearly shows that the economy is still on its downward spiral. Permit me to recount some data presented to the House by the Finance Minister, that the GDP growth target had been revised from 2.8 to 1.5. The average projected GDP for Sub-Saharan Africa is indeed 3.6, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, this is where we are as a country, and according to the data from the Ministry and the Bank of Ghana, all the economic indicators are showing a negative slide, yet our Minister is urging us to pretend that we are doing well and that the economy has turned the corner, which indeed is not true. So, Speaker, we are here because the Minister of Finance and the head of the economic management team have consistently failed and refused to admit to Ghanaians about the true state of our economy
and to seek the buy-in of the people of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, we are where we are because this government simply failed to listen to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, on this rather gloomy and sad note, let me commend you for ably managing the House and leading us to take critical decisions for the betterment of Mother Ghana. I wish you a deserved rest during the recess. Your deputies also deserve commendation for stepping up and steering the affairs of the House during your unavoidable absences from the chair. We ask for the guidance and direction of God in the discharge of their duties. I wish them also a restful holiday. To my friend, the majority leader and colleagues in the leadership, I wish acknowledge the cooperation and collaboration that's so far, and add that it be deepened for the progress of business of the House. Mr. Speaker, to all our honorable colleagues, I thank you for your support and cooperation during this meeting. As you depart to your various constituencies, I pray for traveling mercies and that the God Almighty will be with you during your constituency interactions until we meet again. My thanks and appreciation also goes to the clerk and his staff for the services extended to the House. I urge you to continue providing professional and unbiased services to enable the House to discharge this mandate. To our friends in the media, particularly the Parliamentary Press Corps, the House and most especially minority is grateful to you for giving us a voice to reach out to our constituents and the public at large through your coverage of proceedings and other engagements. I pray for God's blessings and protections during the break. Mr. Speaker, the House of Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, majority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, our leader is unavailable, and I seek your leave to present.
Speak up.
Our leader is unavailable, and I seek your leave to present the report. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make these few remarks as the House prepares to adjourn Senate today. Today, Thursday, 3rd August, marks the end of the second meeting of the third session of the 8th Parliament, which commenced on Tuesday, 6th June 2023. May I express my utmost appreciation to God Almighty for His loving kindness unto us throughout this meeting. We give thanks to God for His love, grace and strength granted us to perform our constitutional duties. In total, Mr. Speaker, the House held 33 sittings within 9 weeks period. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to highlight some of the businesses transacted by the House during this meeting. Mr. Speaker, the underlisted bills were presented to the House and referred to the appropriate committees for consideration and report. Are you ready to listen? You see, when he came, he used the time to do politics. I won't do that. I am reading and you are not ready to listen. Thank you. Ghana Accreditation Service Bill 2023, Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable Deputy Leader, hold on. The Right Honorable Speaker assuming the seat. to also conclude the meeting, the second meeting of this house. So you move on. When he comes, then we.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House debated, amended, and passed and listed 8 bills into law. Ghana Accreditation Service Bill 2023.
Honorable members, let's allow the majority deputy whip to give a concluding remarks for and on behalf of the majority caucus. Please, Honorable Lady, you may go on.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So, the House debated, amended, and passed and listed 8 bills into law. Ghana Accreditation Service Bill 2023, Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023, Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022, Contracts Amendment Bill 2022, Whistleblower Amendment Bill 2023, Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022, Armed Forces Amendment Bill 2022, Wildlife Resources Management Bill 2022, Ghana Commission for UNESCO Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, the Copyright Amendment Regulation 2023, which was also introduced in the House on Wednesday, 14 June 2023, entered into force during this meeting. 15 reports of the Auditor General, 17 annual budget performance reports in respect of various ministries, 7 annual reports and 3 semi-annual reports on different subject matters, 91 annual statements by audit committees in respect of various institutions, 2 financial agreements, 1 contractual agreement, 1 bilateral agreement, and 17 requests for tab waivers, among others, were also presented to the House during the meeting. During the meeting, 45 statements admitted by you were made by ministers and colleague members on commemorative important national and international events, and also drew attention of pertinent issues, among others. 143 questions oral were asked and answered by various ministers. Mr. Speaker, there were quite a number of referrals pending before various committees for consideration and reports, particularly the underlisted bills. Grains Development Authority Bill 2022, the Ghana Industrial Property Office Bill 2023, Rent Bill 2023, Budget Bill 2023, Ghana Petroleum Authority Amendment Bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like the Hansa to capture most of it whilst I conclude. Mr. Speaker, we'll recall the death of the late former member of Parliament for Kumewu, Honorable Philip Basua, on 27th March 2023, culminated in vacancy in the House. This was communicated to the Electoral Commission for the necessary action, thus leading to the election of Mr. Yao Ernest Yao Enim through a competitive by-election. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, 6th June 2023, the Member of Parliament elect took and subscribed to the oath of allegiance and the oath of a Member of Parliament administered by your good self. Mr. Speaker, on 4th July 2023, Mr. James Kwachi Kwesen, the Member of Parliament elect for Asin North, also took and subscribed to the oath of allegiance and the oath of a Member of Parliament administered by you. As we are all aware, the Supreme Court ruled as unconstitutional, null and void, and no effect of election of Mr. James Kwesen in 2020 general election due to his dual citizenship status at the time of filing his document to contest the 2020 general elections. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. Mr. Speaker, just last week, the people of Niger witnessed an overthrow of their constitutionally elected president. These happenings deprive the continent's youth of opportunities for their participation in the peaceful and orderly alternation of power, participation and contribution to democratic governance and development. Indeed, there is a need to renew and strengthen efforts to respect constitutional terms, limit as pillar of democratic governance and peaceful political transactions across the continent. I am happy about the determination of the international community, especially ECOWAS, to deal with this issue. Indeed, Ghana is blessed, Mr. Speaker. As we are all aware, this year marks 30 years of uninterrupted parliamentary democracy under the Fourth Republic. To celebrate this feast, a number of activities have been earmarked, which include public fora, mock parliaments, and debate sessions. According to the first set of activities were organized in the Northern Zone from 15th June to 17th June 2023 in 3 selected regional capitals, Tamale, Wa, Bolgatanga, saw the participation of Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, former members of Parliament, and staff of parliamentary service, among others. To conclude, may I extend my appreciation to you, Right Honorable Speaker, and your deputies for steering the business of the House smoothly. I am equally grateful to colleague members of leadership, committee chairpersons, vice chairpersons, ranking members, deputy ranking members, and other members of the House for their collective efforts in ensuring that this meeting ends successfully. I also commend the Clerk to Parliament and his staff for ensuring that the work in the chamber goes uninterrupted. The Parliamentary Press Corps also deserve recommendation for transmitting the businesses transacted on the floor to the citizenry. I urge you to continue with this important exercise to enable the good people of Ghana feel part of the governance process. I wish us all the very best of God's protection and provision as we journey back to our constituencies. It is my hope that we will take time off our busy schedules during the recess period and have some rest in order to resume the third meeting refreshed, re-energized, and task ahead in the third meeting. Mr. Speaker, I thank you once again for the opportunity, and I thank you all members for your attention.
Honorable members, let me thank all of you for the commitment to work hard, to endure, and to stay the course of the people who elected you to represent them here in Parliament. I have yet 3 things to do before I adjourn the House sine die. Kindly lend me your ears because I'm going to say some very, very important things which you need to hear it yourself from the horse's own mouth, not through another intermediary. The first is a message from His Excellency the President. Just received a letter from him constitutionally to you, through me, dated 3rd August, which is today, 2023. It reads, Mr. Speaker, which honorable member is speaking to my daughter? Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country on Saturday, 5th August 2023 to Pretoria, South Africa at the invitation of the governing and executive councils of the African Bar Association, AFBA, to participate in the 2023 annual conference of the association scheduled to be held on Monday, 7th August 2023. It is my understanding that during the conference, the association intends to bestow on me the 2023 African Bar Association Medal of Merit in Leadership Award. I will return to Ghana in the evening of Tuesday, 8th August 2023. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, the next message is very important and it is meant for you. You see that I am adorned in a different costume. This is what I was doing for and on your behalf. Please, this is an award that has been bestowed on the House by all the Muslims in Ghana. All the Muslim sects were present at this ceremony. All. And This one is meant to appreciate what you've been doing in the house. They wished it could be put on all the heads, 275 of you in the house. But unfortunately, it's not possible. And so they decided to put it on the head of the head. It happened to be my head, not yours for today. And that is why I have been adorned this way. They appreciate you, they thank you, they honor you for what you've been doing. This adornment is referred to as Saifullah. The full meaning is the sword of God. Those who understand will appreciate it better. A lot of you are here. Please, when you go out, explain it to each other. This is to spur you on to do more for the people. As I said, it cannot be put on all the 275 heads. So it has to be put on the head of all heads. And that happened to be my head. I thank you all for putting it on my head. They appreciate what you're doing, really, and particularly in respect of the courage, the resilience, and the foresight of this House in passing some bills. I'll refer to them as I go along, reading my closing remarks. And so I thank you all, and I'll wear this again on some special days. It's not just chic. Saifullah. Yes. When you hear Allah, the Al is D. The God is La. L-A-A-H. The Al, A-L, is D. And then the other L, A-A-H. Allah, the God. And so this is Saifullah. Yes, the sword of God. Once you are being adorned with this, please, there are a lot of issues you have to take along. And I will ensure that is done here. Now, my closing remarks. Oh, you thought this was the closing remarks? Congratulate yourselves. We will do that another day because I'm sure time is fast spent. As I said, I'll wear it another day and then we'll get time to appreciate what they have done. We also need to at least thank them for what they have done. It's very important. My closing remarks. Honorable members. Hello. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
I'm most grateful, Right Honorable Speaker, and His Excellency Saifullah. We are still learning how to pronounce it. But Mr. Speaker, before you retired to receive this very important award. The House adopted motion 30, but we decided that the consequential matters we will wait for you when you return. That is the committee to probe the National Cathedral. We are led with the membership, and we decided that when you return to the chair, then we will handle that matter. So that's the only matter outstanding, and our leadership will confirm. We have consulted and we have our list, but we are just waiting for our colleagues on the other side so that we can conclude that matter, because we can't leave it hanging. The House has adopted it, but we need to conclude.
Leadership, may you give me a brief?
Mr. Speaker, indeed, the motion was moved and adopted. And as required, we needed to put together an ad hoc committee. Our side presented a list of names, but Mr. Speaker, in the chair at the time, did not have the full complement of names from our colleagues on the other side. He said we should do further consultation, and I think it's been a while now, so whilst you are here, maybe our colleagues may take the opportunity to provide the names they want to be on that committee. So, Mr. Speaker, we have fulfilled our part by presenting you with the names you have. So we just left with our colleagues to provide with the name. So the committee can be put together, and as to start work whilst we are in the holiday, Mr. Speaker, it is very crucial for us to do the work so that in 3 months and when we return, we can report something to the House, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I very much agree with my honorable colleague and leader, but I thought that this matter was raised earlier, and the first Deputy Speaker made a position on it. So I want to understand whether he did not appreciate the position that the first Deputy Speaker was coming from. Because if you are not careful, then it creates confusion. That any time a decision is taken by a second Deputy Speaker or first, must it be the case that when you come, you overrule it? Thank you.
Could you kindly tell me the decision so that...
Mr. Speaker, if I recall very well, the first Deputy Speaker did say that both leaders were not around, and our colleagues on the other side have constituted the list for their committee. So he was leaving it for the leadership to do so. And I thought that that settled the matter. So I'm surprised that he has to raise it in the absence of the first Deputy Speaker. Clearly, it's not fair.
Mr. Speaker, in the first place, it wasn't the first Deputy Speaker that was in the chair. It was the second Deputy Speaker that was in the chair. There was no ruling at all. Mr. Speaker only said, in fact, he waited for our colleagues to submit their names. It appears, Mr. Speaker, they were reluctant to present their names. Mr. Speaker, it's not as if our colleagues are not here. They basically decided not to submit their names. And Mr. Speaker, assuming they decide not to submit the names, are we going to say, therefore, that the committee shall not be put together to work? So, Mr. Speaker, they are here. This is not the first time you've directed that we submit names. So, Mr. Speaker, it will be helpful for our colleagues to just submit some names. And in any case, Mr. Speaker, we didn't say it should be a committee made up necessarily of yes, Mr. Speaker, if they don't want, we can help them do some nominations. But Mr. Speaker, this issue is a very important issue. We cannot leave this issue hanging. The House unanimously adopted the report. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can encourage them to submit the name, because otherwise, Mr. Speaker, you can direct our side of the committee to start preliminary work whilst we wait for them to add their membership for us to continue the work, Mr. Speaker. We are ready to start at least the work as soon as you put a committee together.
Majority leadership, at least you have to be heard on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, the second Deputy Speaker who was in the chair, in response to a query by the Honorable Ablakwa, stated clearly, and to me, that was a ruling that leadership should consult and revert. There's a difference between getting a list for the purpose of a debate and putting together a membership for the purposes of executing a certain order of this House. The second Deputy Speaker again emphasized that the leader of government business and leader of the House is unavoidably absent from the jurisdiction, and that makes it compelling for us to sit together and come out with such a determination. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues nevertheless insisted. Former leader, may you be quiet and listen to me. I can hear you loud and clear. If it's your pleasure to hear yourself, we will sit down for you. Mr. Speaker, we therefore would want to rely on the directive given by Mr. Speaker or the presiding officer who was in the chair. Mr. Speaker, we have the minority leadership came out with its closing remarks. The majority leadership has done same. And it is now your turn for your closing remarks. Although you granted audience, I think that a bad precedent is being set where the chair could be interrupted at any point because it is the pleasure of a member to proceed with the matter at all costs. The last point, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing wrong with dealing with a matter of national importance. We can't do politics with everything. That if we are not ready, they can nominate for us, etc., etc. I think it's not appropriate. We would go by the determination earlier made and consult as directed, because we've not had a chance to sit. We've not had a chance to sit, and whenever the chair advises consultation, we in leadership know what to do. We've not done such a thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I shall rest my case by saying that the intervention was needless. However, we are entirely in your hands. If it's your pleasure to set aside the earlier directive by the second Deputy Speaker, it is your discretion. If you would want us to abide by that wise counsel, that leadership should consult further, which consultation we are yet to have, Mr. Speaker, everything is entirely in your hands. I so thank you, sir.
Honorable members, I thought you were exhausted, but it looks like you are not tired. You want to continue business as usual. Definitely, I gave the honorable member the opportunity because I have to hear him to be able to determine whether he was out of order or he was in order. And that is why I granted him the opportunity. Maybe the Speaker was out of order or the House was out of order, and he has submitted the matter. After listening to all of you, I think that he was out of order. And so I reiterate that leadership should meet and compose the team. We will definitely bring the names here to be adopted by the House, and the committee will continue with the investigations. Once you discussed and resolved as a motion, we have to carry it through. If during the course of the proceedings of the committee there is any problem, the committee will come back to the House, and then the House will advise itself as to what to do. It is not correct, and please, it's important for all of you to listen. A chair doesn't sit and overturn an earlier directive of another chair. It's not. And I will not indulge in that at all. Please. It doesn't happen that way. You all know by our rules how you go about revision of an earlier decision. Decisions here are by the House, not by the Speaker. Directives are given by Speaker. Instructions, remarks, and the rest, not decisions of the House. You must take note that the Speaker of Parliament of Ghana is not a member of Parliament. He is not a member of Parliament. He is a member of the House. He is a member of the institution of Parliament, but he is not a member of Parliament. And so we don't participate in the decisions taken of the House. We only guide you. So please, I've just seen the list of the nominees from the minority caucus, but there's nothing from the majority caucus. I think time is of essence. As we leave here, please kindly consult and get the other names so that we can compose the team. This matter was discussed at the lobby, the pre-sitting meeting, and it was the understanding agreement of both sides of the House that the motion will be moved. And so once it was moved and the decision was taken, the committee has to be constituted to do the work. That one, I'm very clear about it. So with this, we move on. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the concern is that we have a long break of about 3 months. And so it would have afforded the committee an opportunity to work and then bring us a report when we resume.
Honorable Member, please, we are done with this. We have 3 months, but you are not going to be free. There's a lot of work to be done during these 3 months. I will mention some of them to you. Don't forget that in 2021, we set up some committees here and referred matters to them. As of today, the committees have not reported. I've raised this issue a number of times. Leadership of the House and of the committees have not responded up to date. Just waiting for the whip to be cracked. And then they say it's the Speaker that is bad. That is not correct. It's not a good practice. It's not a good precedent at all. Tomorrow, others will follow it. And then we'll see who will cry foul. Time is fast spent. I will not read all my closing remarks. I will just invite the Hansard office Honorable members, I call on the Hansard office to capture my closing remarks in its entirety, I will take a few minutes to highlight some essential points which has culminated in this award to the House. Honorable members, you recall I welcome you back to this House just a few months ago at the beginning of the second meeting, but it seems time has crept in on us as we once again draw the curtains on this eventful meeting. A short rendition of the meeting in retrospect. First, I look at a few critical bills that we have passed, which have really catapulted this House and Ghana into a higher rank of a democratic country. One is the passage of the bill on the death penalty. It's a clear and loud evidence of how committed we are to issues of human rights and democracy. It's also a clear and a loud voice of our preference for the rule of law. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, the old law of an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. By the passage of this bill, we have now given life to the pro-abolitionist stance Ghana adopted since 1993. But something is left to be done. We have reviewed 14 out of the 15 laws in this country touching on the death penalty. The one that is left is a constitutional article, Article 33 of the 1992 Constitution, which has created the offense of high treason. The process to amend this is not an easy process. What we can do, and I want to do that on your behalf, is to call on His Excellency the President to, in the spirit of the amendments that we have passed, to sign the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. This will complete the abolition of the death penalty in Ghana. We also passed the Anti-Witchcraft Accusation Bill, and this is pleasing to our people in Ghana. We have fought for the marginalized, the aged, and they are truly grateful. We are told that human rights rest on human dignity, and the dignity of a man is an ideal worth fighting for and worth dying for. This is how the good people of Ghana view us here in Parliament, and they are prepared to support us. They followed up with our commitment and the processes we've gone through so far in the promotion of human sexual rights and family values. That is one of the reasons why I've been adorned this way. They are so happy with all the 275 members of Parliament because they were present here when I asked the question and nobody stood up. And so they want to, through me, pass on their total support and commitment, and their preparedness to do everything to make Ghana still peaceful, secure, and hospitable country. There are other bills, and I heard the Deputy Whip of the majority read and say a word or two of some of them. The other area I want to touch is the Open Parliament initiative, which we all embraced and adopted. I represented you by visiting a number of media houses, sharing the views of this house with them, listening to them, and assuring them that we are with them in their commitment for free expression and the freedom of the media. Honorable members, we are still celebrating the 30th anniversary celebration of the Fourth Republic. This weekend, the people of the Western, the Central, and the Eastern region are expecting us. And so all members from these regions are expected to be available and to actively participate in whatever we are doing. Please, no parliament within parliament. Backbenchers. All members from the three regions, Western, Central, and Eastern, should make themselves available at the activities for the celebration of the 30th anniversary celebration. I will be leading the team to Takoradi for the public forum. My colleagues, the deputy speakers, will be at Cape Coast and Koforidua. Please come and respond to the questions, because your constituents will be there, your chiefs will be there, your seniors, members of industry and the academia will all be there to ask questions. As Dalai Lama said, I am a firm believer in the importance of democracy, not only as the ultimate goal, but also as an essential part of the process. So please, the journey thus far is important for us to share with Ghanaians, particularly so the benefits that we've reaped up to date. We are aware of what is happening in our SAP region. If we don't take the opportunity to cultivate the culture of give and take in peace, please, it's not one of your beard that is on fire, and so your neighbor should fetch water and wait. No, it's gone beyond that. So let's take this opportunity and let Ghanaians appreciate what collectively we have done. You know, this honor that has been bestowed on you, which I sit here adorned and representing, has been done a number of times by other traditional areas. I don't need to remind you. But today, it's important for me to echo what our kings, our queens, our queen mothers and elders have been saying, that they've been so impressed in spite of the initial bumps we experienced at the beginning of this parliament. They are so happy with what we are doing. Honorable members, we are all involved in building the Ghana we want. Together, let us champion the cause of press freedom, accountability, and national development. Let us embrace diversity while upholding the essence of our shared identity. With unwavering determination, let us address the challenges that lie ahead in a way that secures our values, culture, traditions, and our very existence. In doing this, fairness, inclusivity, and respect for all should be our guide. We recently inaugurated the Citizens Bureau. Please, let's take advantage of it. I applaud the efforts of one of our colleagues here, the Bunkurugu, who organized 5 institutions from his constituency to come and see and participate in the work of Parliament just yesterday. What those little kids did is global now, because they put it on social media, and at that level, primary school, they were able to get speakers and leaders of the House and to debate an issue of concern to the constituency, and it went global. This was a very good marketing instrument for Ghana. And so we have decided that for this year Democracy Day, Commonwealth Day, they will be here. We usually organize it annually at the International Conference Center. That is the constituency that has been chosen this year to be taken through a mock parliament. I hope you all follow that good example. We will be hosting the CPA International Conference here in Accra. Please, honorable members, we invite you. We have tried to get representatives of members of parliament actively participate in the arrangement and organization of the conference. Unfortunately, those that have been zoned upon scarcely had time to even attend the meetings. But this is a conference for members of parliament, not staff of parliament. I want to urge you all to refocus on this, particularly leadership. Leadership. We are still waiting for you as to who you prefer to serve in the technical committee and the apex committee. If your colleagues come from other countries, and they definitely will go with a different impression about our parliament. And this is an opportunity for you to market yourselves. But unfortunately, we are not getting that much needed cooperation. Honorable members, we will be calling on a number of committees during this recess. There are a number of pending issues that you have to come back to Accra to deliberate upon. And so hold yourselves in readiness for a recall, not of the whole parliament, but of some important committees to do some work for the country, not just for the House. Today we held a very important meeting. And together with the ministers in charge of national security and defense, we discussed very crucial issues for the country and touching on members of parliament. If you want, listen. If you decide not to listen, it's your own problem. I told you I'm going to raise some critical issues touching your own lives. So if you decide to engage in conversation, who knows? When you go to your constituency, you will be confronted with them. It's not everything I can tell you, but please, we are not in good times. You all know it. It's not that our people expect us to change. More importantly, they are looking up to us to save the situation. The situation is very volatile. We have 3 months and you have to be in your constituency. It's our prayer that we don't lose any of you again. Please, I mean what I say. And I want you all to be on your guards. There are a lot of strenuous and life-threatening challenges. The world, for our purpose, Ghana is in a very sad state. We have a duty to commit ourselves to the oath we swore. And we have to place the interests of all Ghanaians and Ghana above everything else. Either we change or we will be changed. Please, it's with this, I want to wish all of you God's guidance and protection. I thank you for the listening ear. Honorable members, with this, it's now my duty and privilege to adjourn the House sine die. We are likely to return either the 3rd week of October. In good time. In bad time, you may come earlier than that. But we are all praying for good times. So the House is accordingly adjourned sine die.